where we're about to start the afternoon session. Warwickshire Essex versus Warwickshire. Essex batting now, 10 without loss after 5 overs. I'm Clive Eakin and Sonia Twig with us as well. I'm expecting to see you jog the whole around the ground at some point to prepare for tomorrow. You haven't seen you do that yet.
I'm doing nothing today. It's a rest day.
Okay.
Got to be up bright and early because they don't run trains early on a Sunday apparently.
No.
So in order to get there about an hour before the race, we have to leave about 6:45.
dear.
So it's going to be a bit of an early start.
Dear.
But we sign up for these things for fun, right? So can't complain too much.
So, entertaining enough morning session with, what was it, 99 runs scored in that morning session with 4 wickets falling. Warwickshire resuming on 308 for 6. Eventually all out for 397. Ed Barnard last out for 165. Michael Burgess was out for 108. A couple of wickets today for Simon Harmer, who finished 3 for 93. The other going to Shane Snater, who actually ended up with the best figures for Essex, with 3 for 58. And Essex getting to 10 without loss. Dean Algar 6 not out. Farouz Kushi is on 4.
Yes, it will be Michael Ray to resume from the Sir Alistair Cook end after lunch, as Dean Algar is just... Not Dean Algar, Kushi was just slightly delayed getting to the middle, which was a little bit odd.
There needs to be a timeout appeal here from Warwickshire.
It's got to be close, hasn't it? Can you do timed out after lunch? Have you ever seen a timed out?
I've not live, no, I haven't.
There was obviously that memorable one during the World Cup.
I was thinking that one.
But I've got a bucket list of trying to see all of them live. Obviously you knock off the first few quite easily and then you're waiting around for double hit and obstructing the field and all these things. But it will be Ray bowling from the Sir Alistair Cook end to Kushi, who defends that into the leg side for no run.
He's only got a bit of pace about him, Ray, hasn't he? Tall figure.
Yes, he is. It's well, you're never quite sure how accurate some of these speed guns are, but it was sort of reading in the mid-80s earlier on the live stream today, so I wonder if he's he looks a bit sharper than some of the others that we've seen, but can't really, my eyes can't tell you exactly what pace he's bowling. There's Ray bowls right arm over the wicket, and that's defended straight back down the pitch to the bowler by Kushi for no run, and he flings himself to the ground in a great attempt to prevent that going for any runs, which was well applauded by the Warwickshire fielders.
Yes, obviously very protective of his own bowling. Quite well built. He looks strong and tall.
Yes, him standing next to Alex Davies is a bit of a comparison.
Yeah.
As Ray bowls, and that's just slightly leg side. Kushi goes to try and turn it around the corner but doesn't get anything on it, and it goes through to Burgess. No run. So brightening up a little bit after lunch. There's a bit more blue sky around at Chelmsford, and I think it will, well, from the forecast I checked at lunch, it will continue to do so throughout the afternoon. Probably going to be quite a pleasant afternoon and evening session as Ray bowls again, and Kushi has to duck and sway out the way of that one. Doesn't look entirely comfortable, but the Warwickshire fielders are enjoying this quite a lot.
Yeah, as I say, he's been apparently, Michael Burgess was saying, he's been with them for a couple of weeks. And whether that was he just wanted somewhere to train and asked if he could join the squad, or whether Warwickshire had in mind that they might lose Hassan Ali to Pakistan's tour of Ireland and England and had him on standby, I don't know. But he has been with them for a couple of weeks, even though he only signed last week.
Ray in bowls, that one's banged in a little bit short and just turned around the corner by Kushi for a single to fine leg.
Describes a short-term contract. They haven't said how long that is, whether it's more than one game or not.
Do you think they're seeing how he goes and then we'll make a decision? Or?
Well, it also it will depend. Well, I suppose there's going to be an overseas bowler berth free now, because it'll be a while before they see Hassan Ali.
It's a shame for the people of Birmingham, who I'm sure would have come out in
well, he was a very popular figure.
quite high numbers.
He was very popular last season. The problem is when you get an overseas player, if he does too well, you risk losing him because suddenly his country takes interest in him again.
Well, Nathan Lyon was supposed to go to Lancs for the whole summer, and that's been cut back as Ray bowls, and that's just watched by Elgar through to the wicket-keeper. And at the end of that over, Essex have 11 for without loss.
Yeah, I mean, in the case of Hassan Ali, it was because he was sort of seemed to be down the pecking order as far as Pakistan were concerned. But then he got a surprise call-up last season, and again he seemed to... you couldn't quite get a clear answer as to whether he was in the frame or not. It looked like he wasn't for this season, but I suppose the problem is when you've got a pace bowler who only needs a bowler or two to get injured, and suddenly they're wanted again. He didn't play in the first two T20 internationals in Ireland. It's all a bit frustrating. He did play in the third, in fairness, although he did get carted about the ground a little bit in that.
Well,
anyway,
it's difficult when Pakistan changed their regime and captain quite a bit, and then different captains and different regimes want different players.
Ollie Hallen-Dolby with 3 slips, shortish mid-wicket. He comes into bowl, and Kushi leans forward and defends that back to the bowler. Back from injury, Firuz Kushi. I don't know whether things come much. I meant to ask whether it come of the incident where Essex faced the possibility of a points deduction because his bat was deemed too big in the match against Notts.
In a county championship game? That's quite
well,
bold.
The Durham batter got... Durham got 10 points stock last season, didn't they, when one of their batters, the bat wouldn't go through the gauge. That's played to point, there's no run.
I think if I was going to be an opener in the county championship, I'd be going for as light a bat as possible, because you've got to lift it up however many hundreds of times, but each to their own. I know that some of the international players have games like different bats for different occasions, so their T20 bat in their test match bat are a little bit different.
Yes, I don't know exactly what it fell foul of, but anyway. 2 first-class centuries to his name, including one against Durham this season. There's Hallen-Dolby bowls some, and he pushes that to mid-on. Jay Simmons fields, we'll see him presumably first change.
He's quite tall. I'll be interested to see what he bowls. He looks like a bowler, you know, that sort of athletic, tall, slim, but quite broad-shouldered. Having said that, I did play with a 6'3" off spinner, so.
Hallen-Dolby, right arm over, and just gets a bit of a bottom of the bat of that one, because she didn't quite time it, and it bounces down below him, and is fielded by third slipper with Sam Hain. Warwickshire haven't had a chance yet this innings, but they'll be anxious to take their chances because it has become a slightly recurring theme this season, putting down crucial catches.
It's so frustrating as a bowler when you've worked so hard to carve out a chance and it's just put down. And I mean, obviously Essex were made to pay for the drop of...
Yeah, sorry, Hallen-Dolby bowls, it's pushed to mid-on, there's no run. Just need to put mid-wicket right back on the boundary here, so I think you might bang one in short. And then Dolby. Now Will Rose has come out of the slip cordon and is going to field at a shortish cover, just shortish mid-offer, just on the pitch next to the one we're playing on. Alex Davis does like to try a few different things. And then Dolby in, and that's pushed out to the onside, beats the dive of Dan Mosley, and they're able to scamper through for a single, which takes the Essex total to 12 without loss.
Alex Davies looks like he's in a different climate to everyone else. He's got the short sleeve jumper on over the long sleeve shirt, and it's probably pushing 20 degrees out there.
Excuse me, I did wear my jumper when I was walking around the ground at lunch. It's a bit cooler than yesterday, isn't it? But,
yes. Not quite sure if I was running around I'd want a jumper though.
no.
Dean Elgar just doing some shadow batting as he waits for Ray at the Sir Alistair Cook end. Ray runs in, bowls, and that's clipped by Cushy into the leg side, and it's sailed over Simmons, who was about 10 yards off the boundary, and he will have 4 runs for that. I think that's his first boundary. You'll be able to tell him.
I'll have a look in a moment. But, interesting shot.
I'm not sure Warwickshire will be too mindful of that. It wasn't too far away from Simmons. It did just sort of bounce over his head, but if he's clipping aerially, I don't think there'll be too many complaints from the Warwickshire players and support staff.
It was Essex's first boundary.
I did think it might be, as Ray runs in. That one has beaten the bat on the outside edge. That was very close. It was prodded at by Cushy, who almost caught the edge. Probably agonisingly close for Warwickshire, that one.
Yeah. Yeah, he's asked a few questions, Ray.
It's been some good bowling. He's definitely got an extra yard of pace, which always adds something different. And obviously with the hybrid pitch, we'll see how that fares. It might sort of hold up a little bit better. As Ray turns and runs in again, and that one is sort of fended off by Cushy into the offside, and it will be fielded by Alex Davies. But yes, there's certainly been enough to encourage Warwickshire in these early stages. With the sort of chances, not quite chances, but batters choosing to go aerially or balls sort of leaving past the outside edge that you think show that there's a hint of something that's bothering the batters. As Ray runs in and bowls, and that's driven straight to the fielder, and Ray has his first Warwickshire wicket. That was a poor decision from Cushy, who just sort of looks to drive that one, doesn't get hold of it at all, and just plays it straight to mid-on.
Yeah, Jacob Bethel, easy catch for him. That was a bit of a gift, wasn't it? Just mistimed the shot and gently lobbed up to mid-on. But a big breakthrough for Warwickshire.
Yes, and it was... I didn't really think there was a need for him to do that. It looked like he was trying to drive it and push the score on, but he sort of spooned that straight to Bethel at mid-on, who almost couldn't drop it. It wasn't hit particularly hard or a strenuous catch. It was a very easy height. And Warwickshire have their first wicket. Almost at the same point in the game that Warwickshire took their first. Warwickshire lost their first wicket. I think it was 21 they were before the first one fell in the first innings.
Yeah, it's a good reward for a decent spell from Michael Ray. He's making the first class wicket for Warwickshire. And, Nick Brown is next in. It's his third match of the season. He's had injuries as well, got 184 against Durham. So, plenty of experience batting in this Essex lineup, but Warwickshire making the first breakthrough. And
experience with these two out there as well, which is something that Warwickshire are going to have to navigate. But two left-handers makes it a little bit interesting. It means the field doesn't have to swap and bowlers can get set, which they like to do. As Brown walks down and prods at the pitch before getting ready to face the Kiwi Michael Ray, who has ball in hand runs into the new batter, bowls, and that's fended off by Brown into the leg side. He will pick up a single, and that was a bit of an awkward slide from
Ed Barnard,
who got gingerly to his feet after chasing that one down on the square. It was a quick single for Essex and takes their total on to 17 for 1.
I don't know whether he landed on the ball there, Ed Barnard. I think he's okay.
He's just sort of feeling out his knee, isn't he? He doesn't look entirely comfortable. They're at point. And it will be Ray into Elgar, who fends that one into the offside, and they will run through for a quick single. That will be a little bit concerning for Warwickshire. They want to tighten that up because that wasn't very far away from Alex Davies. And at the end of that over, Essex 18 for 1 in reply to Warwickshire's first innings total of 397.
So, first wicket then in that over for Warwickshire. Elsewhere, just after lunch in games, Durham 95 for 2 and applied to Lancashire's 357. Wickets falling at Trent Bridge for Hampshire 61 for 4, applying to Notts 235. Finally all out at Taunton, but rain has actually delayed play. Somerset, who got maximum batting, was actually would have got 6 if the 6 were allowed. All out for 554 against Kent, but that's the second rain delay there today.
Well, Essex's game against Kent was also rain affected.
That one from Hannon Dolby, not playing on the middle of the bat from Dean Elgar, but gets away with it. Just go back to that Somerset innings, 133 for Tom Banton, 114 for James Rue. And 3 wickets apiece for Joey Everson and Grant Stewart, but big total then for Somerset against Kent. In comes and they'll be around the wicket, and that's played quite high on the bat down to back of square leg for a single. I know it's early days, you just sense that Kent are having a slight second season syndrome in the first division this season. Find it quite tough going early on. So
they got an important win though, didn't they?
Probably, yes. I can't remember, but
I thought they did. I can't remember who against.
Did they beat Lancashire?
I think they did beat Lancashire.
But then Lancashire are also struggling somewhat.
And Worcestershire, who people expected to struggle, haven't.
They haven't, although they're up against it unsurprisingly today, given the opposition. But Surrey are 64 without loss, lead by 149. Hannon Dolby in, and that's defended for no run. Where was I then? Second division, Northants are all out now. Oh, battery running low. I thought I had it plugged in earlier. Oh well. Northants all out for 422 against Derbyshire. Might be the last score you get, because I think my laptop's about to go off.
Oh, I will pull them up on my phone as you do this ball, don't worry.
In comes Hannon Dolby, and that one is pushed out to the offside. There's no run. Just I'll bring up that Northants score. Let's have a look at the details of their scorecast of 422 all out against Derbyshire. And that's 102 to Rob Keogh. The 1 century in the innings.
In his benefit year.
That will help it. Hannon Dolby bowls, and Brown pushes that out to the offside for no run. It's as sunny as it's been now today.
It's nice. Might get sunburnt in here.
I hope not. Yes, it's sun is rather shining into us, isn't it?
Well, it was Glenn I felt sorry for yesterday, who was wearing a hoodie all day, despite the warm weather.
Hannon Dolby, round the wicket he comes, into Boulder Brown, who defends that to mid-on. And there's no run, end of the over. Hannon Dolby being fairly miserly, just 8 runs coming from his 5 overs, and 19 for 1 after 9. can give you Glamorgan all out of 183. Middlesex are close in on that, 182 for 2. Gloucestershire still going against Leicester, 572 for 4. And Sussex up against it, 37 for 2. They lead Yorkshire by 8. 30 into the match there.
Yes, Gloucestershire are still having fun. I think Bracey on 78 and Van Buren on 53. I'm not sure how many they think they're going to need, but I'm thinking they might be wanting to bat once. I think it's fair to say.
Well, Warwickshire got the highest score in the championship so far this season of 698 for 3.
What did Glamorgan get at Middlesex? That was quite high as well, as that one is played into the leg side by Elgar. It's racing away towards the boundary, but it's just slowed up a touch like we saw happen so often yesterday, and Warwickshire will chase it down as they've run 3 runs.
Glamorgan got 620 for 3. There have been already 6 scores of 600 or more this season. Only 2 in the first division. The other one in the first division was Worcestershire 618 for 7 against Kent. So that's some big scores this season.
Well, it's a lot of it's in the pitches, but I'm surprised there has been so many big scores given the amount of rain that we had before the season and at the start. Ray will come around the wicket now to the left-handed Brown and defends that one off his own bowling for no run. Alex Davies there shining the ball diligently, trying to get some movement out of this, but Warwickshire won't be too happy that it looks like it's going to be bright and sunny.
No, it's a bit of cloud cover, no doubt.
Ray, ball in hand, runs in and bowls, and that's just fended off his hit by Brown into leg side and fielded by Mosley,
yeah.
Mosley at mid-wicket.
Yeah, what might you say about the dampness? In a way, though, that possibly contributed. It certainly these are the Kookaburra ball. Part of the problem with the Kookaburra ball was we were playing on damp grounds, and it certainly in Warwickshire's match, it just tended to get very wet.
I think from what I saw of the Kookaburra ball, it brought spin into the equation more, but also didn't have much life. Ray bowls, and that's pushed into the offside by Brown, and he will have a run, and he will have overthrows as Davies races through and throws that at the stumps, misses, and that's brought 2 more runs, and that will be quite frustrating for all of those from Warwickshire, but it's loudly clapped by the Essex faithful.
I think the problem was he actually did hit, and that deflected the ball away from the fielder backing up. There was no need really to throw at the stumps, because although he hit, the batter was well in, and that just took it away and allowed them to run 2 overthrows, which is something that home crowds particularly enjoy when their team gets overthrows.
And commentators enjoy too sometimes.
Yeah.
It's one of those features of cricket.
Do you recall seeing a 7 once covering Warwickshire?
I'll do this ball and then you can tell me about this 7 as Ray runs in, and that's played nicely off the back foot, just cut away by Elgar down through third, and he will have 4 more runs. It started off very tightly, but this over's just been a little bit looser.
I'm trying to remember where it was. Was it here? It probably wasn't. It was an away match anyway. It was quite a few years ago. It's when Nick Knight was captain of Warwickshire, but they ran 3, and then there was a shy at the stumps, which went all the way to the boundary. So they got 7, which was nice.
I love how you remember that it didn't go in Warwickshire's favour.
Say again?
It didn't go in Warwickshire's
Oh, it did? No, it was Warwickshire batting.
Warwickshire
batting. Yeah, they were very happy.
Ray in bowls, and that's just watched through to the wicketkeeper by Elgar for no run. At the end of that over, Essex 29 for 1.
Yeah. Yeah, well, that was quite a productive over for Essex. I want to keep the scoreboard ticking along. Only managed 2 bowling points, Essex, so I want to get batting points. I won't be at the forefront of the minds at the moment, of course, but I do want to bat positively. They had that awkward 5 overs before lunch where they stood to gain little, but they survived that. Wicket since lunch. As Warwickshire continue with the opening bowlers, and Hannon Dolby comes round the wicket to bowl to Nick Brown, who drives out. It's a lovely shot. Slightly over pitch by Hannon Dolby, but beautifully driven by Brown for 4.
Yes, he just perfectly timed that through the covers off the front foot. It was a lovely drive, and as you mentioned, slightly over pitched and just been punished by the experienced Nick Brown.
Three slips in place. Essex are beginning to tick the scoreboard along now. And Hannon Dolby's responded by removing one of his slips. Nothing yet has gone into the slip cordon, so he's put a fielder now at cover, 3 pitches away. It's Hannon Dolby round the wicket, bowls, that's left by Brown. Good leave, I think it was far away, but far enough away for it to be a safe leave.
Yes, that's what Warwickshire want, just that tight line that they can't score any runs off after what's been a couple of wayward overs. Or not even wayward overs, but sort of unlucky with the overthrows and ones that are slightly wider and just punished by the experienced players at the middle.
Hannon Dolby in again. Brown leans into that, plays at the back of square leg. Michael Ray comes off the boundary, swoops on the ball quickly, keeps them down to 1. Fairly wild throw, but the job had been done. 1 more run.
Yes, the throw was just at that awkward length for wicket keepers that bounces right in front of their feet.
34 for 1. Essex replying to Warwickshire's 397.
Sorry, I just took myself off to sneeze.
Right. Bless you. In comes Hannon Dolby. And Elgar pushes that out onto the offside, leaning forward into it, pushes it into the covers, no run.
Just walks forward and prod the pitch, both batters. I wonder if they've seen something that they're not too sure about, but can't. Or some of them just like to do it between the balls every now and again as the ball makes its way back to Hannon Dolby.
Yeah, not much sign of lateral movement out there. Not much has gone past the bat. Hannon Dolby to Elgar, who leaves that. Slightly late decision to leave it, but comes back well out of the way.
Yes, he sort of jerked his bat really far out the way at the last minute, but I think he never made a decision to play it. I think it's fair to say with that one. So he marks his guard.
And Dolby trooping back to his mark. Over 50 wickets last season. He and Chris Rushworth both reached the 50 wicket tally last season. Comes into bowl, and that's pushed out to the offside for no run. Ever reliable Ollie Hannon Dolby. End of the over. 34 for 1 off 11.
I was going to say, it seems like he's been around for quite a while. As Hannon Dolby, unlike his bowling counterpart at the other end, although the two look remarkably similar, with tall figures and bald heads.
Yes, I don't know what Hannon Dolby thinks about someone stealing his image. Somewhat.
They both got beards?
Yes, I think Hannon Dolby's is a bit of a wispy one.
Ray's got a strong beard and a strong white headband, almost Stuart Broad-esque, although there's not the same amount of hair to keep back, as he elects to bowl round the wicket to the left-hander, who fends at that one, and it's not far away from catching the edge of Nick Brown's bat as it goes through to wicket-keeper Michael Burgess.
Yeah, so not much has passed the bat. Ray's got a couple pass and did there. Whether that's lateral movement or just sheer pace, I'm not sure, but it was a good delivery.
It's a good delivery from Ray, who's caused a few problems. He's got the ball to sort of lift nicely off the pitch from this end, and the pitch still looks in a very good shape as Ray turns and runs in again, and that one is sort of fended or skewed towards mid-on by Brown, who was trying to send that through mid-off, but he hasn't quite timed that perfectly. As Davis is diligently shining the ball, captain at mid-off. Ray with ball in hand. Runs in. Bowls, and that's slightly shorter and sort of pushed, defended in the end by Brown up to Davies at mid-off for no run. After it looks like he's found a nice comfortable line. He started off over the wicket to both batters, and he's now decided to come around the wicket and try and cramp the left-hander for space.
Yeah. He's kept it. I mean, he's 21 runs in 5.5 overs. He's gone for a few, but not out of control.
Ray in bowls, and that's defended straight back down past the bowler. He tries to stick a leg out. It looks a bit of an awkward landing, but it's covered by Davis, and there is no run.
He does like to stop the ball, doesn't he, Ray? He's flinging himself all over the place.
I think that's the third time he's ended up on the deck trying to save runs off his own bowling. But it's an interesting tactic, and I guess it sort of shows intent and keeps the pressure on. But
and Dan Mosey's now gone in. He's almost standing on the pitch as he's just moved a pace across. But
I was going to say he might be getting in the way of the bowler if the bowler's coming round the wicket where he was standing. As Ray's in again, that's defended straight to Mosley, who throws it to the wicketkeeper, who is standing significantly further away from the stumps than Mosley was when he threw it. But Brown still on strike, still struggling to get Michael Ray away this over after 2 overthrows in the last one, when Davies threw the stumps down, hit the stumps, and the ball deflected off to bring another couple of overthrows. Ray in bowls, and that's defended by Brown, this time into the fielder in the leg side, and at the end of that over, Essex 34 for 1.
Well, I've got to do an update, so it might be a good time to bring David in. Yes, I've got to do the updates on, well, slightly quarter of the hour this time, as Hannon Dalby has ball in hand, and there's a conversation between the two Essex batters over as they make their way back to their respective ends. Elgar will be the batter to face Hannon Dalby from the Graham Gooch end, as I'm joined for the first time this afternoon by David. Hannon Dalby in bowls, and that's defended by Elgar out towards point, and there is no run. They were pushing and running a lot in just before the last couple of overs, but that seems to have slowed up slightly. Good afternoon, David.
Hello, how you doing?
All right, thanks. How was your lunch break?
Yeah, very nice actually. Had a bit of a curry. How was yours?
It was all right.
Did you go for the burger?
I did. I had the curry yesterday.
Not too many options around here.
No, don't mind too much. There's Hannon Dalby runs in round the wicket to the left-hander, who pushes that into the ground and offside. It's fended by the fielder out sort of shortish cover. No chance of a catch, but they're being a little bit frustrated, these batters.
Yeah, runs were flowing quite freely there for a couple of overs. Just slowed them down a touch, but run rate up towards 3 runs and over. Essex just trying to build at the moment. Obviously, they don't want to lose too many wickets, but
they don't want to go too long without scoring either.
Exactly, yeah, they've got to keep that run rate ticking over.
Hannon Dalby in bowls, and that's just watched by Elgar through to the wicketkeeper. I mean, Elgar won't be too worried about the scoring rate, but Brown might be a little bit more. I have to admit, I haven't watched him bat a whole number of times.
Well, he's adopted this new number 3 role for best part of the last decade and a bit. He was Alistair Cook's opening partner. Not renowned for his quick scoring rate. Both him and Elgar I would probably put in the same bracket. Watchful, defensive, but they can be aggressive at times.
Hannon Dalby round the wicket to Elgar, who does fend at that one, and he's been caught in the slips. That is a big wicket for Warwickshire. He was caught at second slip, and Elgar will have to depart, having made just 15 runs.
Yeah, uncharacteristic loose shot there from Elgar, just driving away outside the off. It was actually a good take at second slip there. It went quite a pace, flew into the midriff, That's a good take, but yeah.
You're right.
Essex just stumbling a little bit here, 34 for 2. And Elgar goes for 15.
Yes, that's a big blow. He was caught by Sam Hain there in the slips. It was a good catch. Sort of went very quickly to him, but it was very, as you mentioned, uncharacteristic from Elgar, just pushing at that one outside the stump, and we've seen him leave those alone for so often. And it will bring the captain, Wesley, out to the crease.
Yeah, just slightly fuller, which would have tempted him into that drive, but it was wide, and he flashed at it. Captain coming in. And a bit of a mix-up as well, right and left-hander at the crease.
Well, after 2 left-handers, I wonder if that just allowed the batters to settle a little bit. I know that bowlers in particular find it difficult to settle against when there's either a big height difference or left-hand, right-hand, that you're constantly having to readjust your line and reassess what you're trying to do. Whereas if you're bowling to similar stature of players who play in a similar way, you can get in a rhythm the same way batters can against bowlers.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. So it gives them something else to think about now.
And Wesley again walks down and prods the pitch. And just taking a good long look at it before he takes guard to face Hannah Dolby, who will be coming in over the wicket to the right-handed Essex captain. Who is almost ready to get his innings underway. There is a very, very close straight mid-on, almost on the pitch, as Handolby runs in, and that's just let go by Wesley. Very straight fielder there, and one quite close in a catching position at cover as well.
Yeah, the guy standing almost on the cut strip has been there for pretty much most of the innings so far. So there's a man just standing on the cut strip. There's a mid-on just slightly wider, about 20 yards behind him. And there's a mid-wicket just to the left. So as Wesley looks up to his diagonally to his left on the 45, he can see 3 fielders straight in his vision.
And 2 behind the bat in the slips as well, as Hannon Dolby runs in and bowls, and that one's slightly shorter and just defended by Wesley out into the offside, where it's fielded at point by Ed Barnard there. And at the end of that, over a wicket maiden for Hannon Dolby, and Essex 34 for 2.
Surrey doing a slightly better job in the second innings, a 77 for 0, having bowled Worcestershire out for 128, so that's a lead of 162 so far for the league leaders. Lancashire 357 all out. Durham are currently 128 for 2, so they recovered. In fact, they've just lost their 3rd wicket. They're 128 for 3. Ackerman just gone for 44, who were 34 for 2 at one stage. As Ray comes right arm round the wicket to Brown, who covers up and defends into the leg side. Fielded at short mid-wicket, and there's no run. Still got that fielder standing a couple of steps away to the right of the cut strip as we look on. Sun beats down this afternoon. There's still plenty of cloud cover about, but it is breaking up. And sun warming those supporters out there. Notts 235 all out. Oh, Hampshire struggling. 68 for 4 at the moment. 2 new batsmen at the crease. Dawson 4 not out. Brown 1. Vince the only person to make a score of 36 as this next delivery is pushed out into the offside. Score of real note anyway in that innings, and there's no run. So Hampshire 68 for 4, still trailing Nottinghamshire by 167. There's a rain delay in Somerset. 550.
It might be the only place in the country that it's raining.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, 554 all out eventually. Kent were 8 for 1 before the rain came. So that's all your Division 1 scores.
Well, Kent were quite...
Ray bowls, it's a loose drive from Brown and a pillful from Ray, but nothing from behind the stumps. And it's given not out.
I was going to say, Kent were slightly saved by the rain here earlier in the season, weren't they?
They certainly were, yeah. Essex made a real charge. Looked like the game was easily heading for a draw, and then they batted quickly in their second innings, Essex, but couldn't quite get over the line. I think Kent was 7 down in that game. when bad light and rain came along. Second division, Derbyshire 17 for 1. Northants were 422 all out. Ray bowls, full of length, and Brown just drops it into the offside and takes a quick single to cover. 35 for 2. Lloyd's the man out for Derbyshire. The bowling of Sanderson caught by Broad. Glamorgan 183 all out, and Middlesex making light work of it, 198 for 2 at the moment. Stoneman's got a century, 112. Former Surrey batsman, and Depluys with him at the crease at the moment on 13. It's 198 for 2.
I was just checking, Zach Crawley is the man out for Kent. He made, without scoring, bowled by Craig Overton.
Feast or famine for Zach Crawley. Crawley continues. Here comes Ray. Bowls to the right-handed Wesley.
LBW by Craig Overton. It's going to be difficult for Kent down there, but obviously any rain delay will be, I'm sure, welcomed.
Yeah, it's a big first innings total from Somerset. Gloucestershire still going, 609 for 4. Van Buren is currently at the crease, 71 not out. Kimber, sorry, correction. Bracey was the last wicket, as this one's clipped off the toes by Brown, but can't beat the fielder at mid-wicket, and there's no run. End of the over. Essex are 35 for 2. So Bracey was the last man out on 92. But Gloucestershire still choosing to bat on, and the last result is Sussex 155 all out, Yorkshire 195 all out, and Sussex 52 for 2 in their second innings.
I think it's safe to say, barring rain, I don't see that one going to day 4.
Yeah, no, skipping along there.
Whereas here could be anyone's guess. Are you doing all 3 of the?
No, only here tomorrow.
As Hannon Dolby continues round the wicket to Brown, who watches that one through to the wicket-keeper for no run.
Don't know who's back in for BBC Essex on Monday.
I think it's Glenn.
It's Glenn's back, is it? Okay.
And yes, Hannon Dolby to continue from the Graham Gooch end. Renamed stands at the start of this season, of course. It's caused some confusion, at least in the first game here. As Hannon Dolby runs in and bowls, and that's just defended straight back to the bowler, who attempts keepy uppies but can't quite manage it. And there is no run. So, sun's out quite strongly now. It's definitely warmed up in the commentary box, and I'm sure it has outside as well.
Yeah, really need a pair of sunglasses actually.
I have some in my bag that I might go and get in in a moment.
Might be worthwhile.
Well, I don't really quite fancy squinting all afternoon. As Hannon Dolby runs in, bowls, and that's just defended straight back down the pitch again by Brown for no run.
Clive's coming back in at the end of the over, just give you a bit of a rest. Good old stint you've done there.
Right, don't mind. Not doing. I've only got one more day planned so far this year. So my schedule is quite difficult to predict.
Okay, where's that?
That's Kent next week.
Nice. Canterbury?
Yeah. Unfortunately, Pakenham would be significantly easier for me to get to, but Canterbury's a lovely place to go at the start of a bank holiday weekend as well.
Yeah, I forgot it was bank holiday.
There's a few in May. They're quite difficult to keep track of. Hannon Dolby in bowls, and that's defended again by Brown, but squirts into the leg side. He didn't look entirely comfortable playing at that one. And it'll be interesting to see how Warwickshire keep the pressure up once these 2 opening bowlers who have bowled really well are replaced.
Yep, they're keeping Essex under pressure, 35 for 2, almost 15 overs gone. Run rate's dropping back down to 2 again.
Davies tinkering with his field, keeping the fielder in at mid-off, who's almost on the strip, as you've mentioned, and there's one at cover as well. with Davies sort of 20 yards behind at a more conventional mid-off. And it'll be round the wicket to Brown, who pushes that up towards Davies at mid-off for no run.
That's the end of the over. Thanks, Sonia. See you back in about half an hour. Let's see where Essex are at that point. 35 for 2, 397 was the total for Warwickshire in that first innings. It's looking like a decent score at the moment. Essex finding it tough to score, certainly at a decent rate. I'm quite batting down the hatches here, but Warwickshire are bowling well. Hannon Dolby right arm round to the left-handed Brown, who defends up the pitch, and I said no ball. So run to the total.
Shane Snater had some no-balling problems during their Warwickshire innings. I think he was the only bowler. I think he bowled about five, was it? No balls. In fact, there were 6 bowled altogether, and yeah, he bowled them all, so he had a problem. That was from the other end. So that's the Cook end.
So, Sonia's got her sunglasses on.
Yeah.
Us two are just trying to brave it out here. Probably blinded by the end of the day. Here comes Hannon Dolby again, and that has Brown covering up, defending into the offside. That's the end of the over. So 37 for 2. Just the no ball on it. And Warwickshire in a decent position at the moment.
Well, they are, of course. Essex and Warwickshire at 64 for 5 at one stage, so long way to go. But the Dean Algar wicket felt like a big one, and the fact that it was well caught in the slips by Sam Hain. He's been missed in the slips in the early part of the season. He's missed the first few games for personal reasons, and Warwickshire have been spilling too many catches, which I know is very easy to say sitting here in the box, but it's been very frustrating for Warwickshire. Key moments they've dropped catches, so it was great to see Sam Hain pouching that one.
It was a really nice take, actually. It flew at him quite quickly.
Yeah. So, Ed Barnard. More work to do after scoring his 165. He's now got a bowl. So he and Will Rose are sort of the backup bowlers, but no Chase Simmons yet. Holding him back for a bit. Barnard is in, and that's clipped to mid-wicket for no run by Wesley. The thing is getting Dean Algar out, and then Tom Wesley walks out to the middle, so...
Sonia also revealed the revelation that it's bank holiday next weekend. Completely forgot about that.
Yes, I think I remembered that. In comes Barnard, that's left, there's no run.
You staying around Chelmsford?
Yeah, I'm in, yeah. Hotel within walking distance of here.
Hopefully the nightlife not keeping you up.
No. I wandered around last night. I passed a couple of nightclubs, but I chose not to go into them. Ed Barnard bowls, and that's defended, and there's no run.
Don't know what you're missing.
Two slips in place. Barnard. Comes in, right arm over. And that's left, not badly, missed by a huge amount, but well judged by Tom Wesley. We saw Sam Hain leave one and get bowled during the Warwickshire innings.
Looked like that one kept a little bit low as well.
Yeah, probably was lower than Wesley expected. I think in the end it was a decent enough leave, but well, about as much as he thought it was going to. Barnard bowls and he pushes out to the onside. There's a no run. Game of the Charlotte Edwards Cup today. The Blaze are playing the Southern Vipers. That's just underway at Southampton. And in comes Barnard, that's left. So the Charlotte Edwards Cup, of course, the T20 competition, which is now in full swing after the Rachel Hayhoe Flint trophy comes back later. It's the Charlotte Edwards Cup they're concentrating on now. At the end of that over, it's a maiden over from Barnard, as the scoreboard helpfully points out to us. It's 37 for 2 off 16, so fairly slow going for Essex.
Yeah, it's not quite a roller coaster ride at the moment for the batting. It's fairly staid. Flat course, not really pulling up any trees. 2.31 the run rate at the moment. See a change of bowler as well.
So Chase Simmons then in his first class debut. From Barbados originally. He's been over here for a couple of years.
And he's coming in from the Graham Gooch end, so it could be right arm over.
And it was Otis Gibson who recommended him to Warwickshire.
And he's up to the stumps, charging in, bowls off the back foot. That's punched away down towards deep extra cover. That'll just be a single as a sweeper on the boundary. The score moves to 38 for 2.
Yeah, so giving him a bit of extra protection, aren't they, with that sweeper on the offside.
A lot of pace as he's running up to the crease. I think he's got a speed gun here, so I don't know how quickly he's bowling. Two slips in for Tom Wesley. There's a backward point moving in now. Here comes Simmons, bowls, and forward comes Wesley, defending back down the pitch, mid-on fields. There's no run.
English qualified because he's got a UK passport, as his father is from the UK. First had trials with Warwickshire when he was just 17 years old. He's been in the squad most games this season without actually making the starting 11 till now.
Yep, this is a big chance. Here comes Simmons, bowls, back of a length, and driving is Wesley. Up to the man at mid-off, and there's no run.
He may be grateful for this hybrid pitch, because I suspect if it hadn't been, even a fully natural pitch here at Chelmsford, Warwickshire might have gone with the extra spinner.
Simmons running in again. Sun just got behind the clouds. It's flipped off the pads down the leg side, and a sweeper again, this on the mid-wicket boundary. Fields, and it will just be a single, 39 for 2. Lazy post-lunch fill at the moment.
That's not helped by the left-hand, right-hand combination, so everyone's having to swap over now for Nick Brown.
Here comes Simmons bowls, and that's left alone outside the off-stump. The encouragement from the fielders, suggesting it was a little bit closer than perhaps Nick Brown would have thought when he left it.
Again, it might not have bounced as much as he was expecting. He's gone down and prodded the pitch, so that will sort that out.
Brown 11 off 30, Wesley 1 off 13, so it's a bit slow going at the moment. Simmons in again, and that's down the leg side. Is that pads? I think that's going to be pads all the way for 4. Just wait for the signal from the umpire. Yep, it's leg buys, so 4 to the total, 43 for 2, and that is the end of the over.
Yeah, Warwickshire clearly conscious they don't want to let Essex start getting away with the inexperienced Chase Simmons to bowl, so they had a sweeper right on the boundary who was employed twice during that over. Ed Barnard, who will look to keep it tight at the other end. Will continue bowling to Tom Wesley. Two slips in place. Wesley clips it to mid-on where Michael Ray fields. There's no run. Sun out again, reasonable crowd in here, probably not as many as yesterday, but the pavilion area is looking pretty well populated. Barnard bowls, that's left. That's, again, a few oohs and ahs, but I think that's a pretty comfortable lever, though he does come down the pitch again and prod it. Does Wesley.
There's a few groups seem to enjoying themselves. Had a little wander around the ground earlier today. They brought in their drinks, a bit of picnic, enjoying the warmer weather, and thankfully it started to warm up a little bit.
Barnard bowled, he plays back to that as Wesley plays it back to the bowler. There's no run. Barnard wearing, I think it's piping on his two arms to protect his elbows. I don't think that's an undershirt, although it might be. Seems a bit warm for that. I think that's just a couple of tubes to protect his elbows in the field. Last out for 165 and Warwickshire's innings. Comes in to bowl. That's left. That one seems to nip back a little bit, and but Wesley leaves it. Goes through to Michael Burge.
Certainly watchful at the moment from Essex.
Yeah. Well, the scoring rate by modern day standards in this match has been, I mean, there was a time when you score 3 and over in a day, you'd be accused of going berserk, but these days that's actually quite modest. Barnard comes into bowl, that's left. And who's an arse from Warwickshire, whether that's just to persuade Wesley that it's closer than it actually was, I don't know. But yeah, so Warwickshire did rein it in a little bit during the course of the day, well, unsurprisingly, with the wickets that fell. They were scoring just over 3 and over throughout. In comes Barnard. Shortish delivery, and he leans back and plays that through the offside. Wesley gets that one away. There'll be runs for him here. 2 to be precise. So prevents Barnard from recording another maiden and takes the Essex total to 45 for 2.
Yeah, didn't quite time that one well enough to get it away for the boundary. A little bit of a bottom edge. So Clive starts to strip off with the heat.
It was a slow outfield yesterday, and they mentioned Warwickshire's score was possibly slightly below what it was worth, just because there were a lot of, and the ball's actually stopping before reaching the boundary quite a bit. Very long boundary on one side.
Chase Simmons in from the Graham Gooch end, bowls full, dug out by Brown, trying to drive it through the offside, but picks out the fielder at wide mid-off, and there's no run. 45 for 2, Brown 11 off 37, Wesley 3 off 19. 397 was the first innings total gathered by Warwickshire. Essex trail by 352. Simmons in, bowls short this time, and Brown ducks underneath that one.
His teammates like that. But Brown was untroubled. Just only had to crouch down slightly to see the ball sail over him.
It didn't see too many short balls from Essex this morning. I think I remember a couple from Snater, which were swatted away fairly easily. Simmons in again, bowls, and that's defended into the offside. And there's no run. Right arm over to the left-handed bat. Brown with number 10 on his back. He won't be fazed by the slow scoring. Brown's raison d'etre Rarely looks ruffled at the crease. Happy to take his time to accumulate. Got a new role for him this season at number 3. Deep cover is coming inside the 30-yard circle for a one-day game as Simmons bowls and Brown defends. So the captain showing a little bit of confidence in the young bowler, who's showing good control here, bringing the sweeper off the boundary. Essex struggling to get him away.
Thank you for Brigg has sent me a slightly dubious stat, but I'll give it to you anyway. The combined height of the Bears' opening bowling attack, that is Michael Ray and Ollie Hine-Dolby, apparently is 13'4". So, they say,
Simmons in, bowls to Brown, who drives edgely. That's wide of the man at backward point, and it's going to go for a single down towards rather deep backward point area. The sweeper on the boundary field, and there's a run to the total 46 for 2.
this has been tweeted by Warwickshire, but whoever worked this out needs to find something to do. If 39 Michael Rays and 39 Ollie Hine-Dolby stood on each other's shoulders, they'd be the same height as the Blackpool Tower. There you go.
Frightening vision. Two slips in. Simmons down the slope. Bowls, and that's clipped off the pads down towards deep mid-wicket for a single for Wesley. He moves to 4, 47 for 2. That's the end of another over. 18 gone in the Essex innings. Wesley 4, Brown 12, run rate 2.47. Still another 53 overs left in the day. 21 till tea.
And the worry for Warwickshire, of course, as the longer it goes on, might get harder. That certainly was the experience Essex attack had.
I did think, I mean, I didn't see any of the, or wasn't able to listen to any of the game yesterday. I did worry that they brought back the Kookaburra ball.
No.
Just the way the scoring went.
Ed Barnard comes into bowl. 2 slips in place. And that's it. Slightly uppishly, but safely enough by Wesley for a single. No, I think there was a bit of pace and zip on the pitch to start with. They bowled very well, Essex early on. But a bit of the life of the pitch seemed to dissipate and the sun came out. And even when they took the new ball, it didn't really change much. Credit to Ed Barnard and Michael Burgess, who batted very well. Jacob Bethel actually started it. He lasted 20 overs, so he started the recovery. But seemed to get harder as the day went on. Barnard into bowl down the leg side, well taken by Michael Burgess, tumbling stop to his right. Brown just sort of pushes back in that general area, but didn't really play at it. And Barnard in again. I should not use spin so far. He comes around the wicket, and that's straying down the leg side. It's helped on its way this time by Brown, and Ollie Hine-Dolby fails to stop it down at fine leg, so you'll get 4 runs for that. Still straying slightly offline, Ed Barnard, and the 50 up, which has come. I'm going to calculate this in my head quite brilliantly. 120, so it will be 118 balls, bearing in mind the no ball. The 50. Barnard in, and that's driven straight to mid-on, so there'll be no run there.
That's a nice looking drive for nothing.
So it's 2 early wickets for Warwickshire, moving the 2 openers. But so far, Brown and Wesley have looked pretty comfortable. And that's defended back to the bowler. There's no run. Warwickshire have a decent score to play with, so they can afford to be patient and want to keep chipping away. So, in that one is left, there's no run. Actually, I'm just going to have to leave briefly.
Yes,
to do
no
an
worries.
update.
No worries. Thanks, Clive. So Essex 52 for 2. I mean, just on the Kookaburra ball point. So listen to excellent County Championship podcast from Test Match Special with Kevin Howe speaking to Rob Key, and Rob Key seems very, very keen to extend the use of the Kookaburra balls. Certainly try and keep the test going. I know got another couple of County Championship rounds of County Championship cricket in the middle of the summer that's going to use the Kookaburra. He also seems to suggest that quite a few of the directors of cricket in the County Championship system were keen on it as well. There's Simmons bowls, and that's defended straight into the pads of Tom Wesley, and there's no run. Keen to see a few of the fast bowlers force some of the fast bowlers to bowl a bit quicker and not rely on seaming the dukes and the overhead conditions, the so-called dibbly dobblers, to buy the wickets. As Simmons in bowls, that's well wide of off stump. It's a comfortable lead for Wesley, so we shall see how those trials pan out. Anyway, got the Duke's ball in use in this game, 52 for 2. Essex trail by 345 on Warwickshire's first innings. Top scorers Barnard 165, he was the last man out, and Burgess 108. They put on a partnership of 209 in the middle of that innings as Simmons bowls this one short. Oh, it's a mistimed pull, and Wesley's gone. Picked up at short mid-wicket right off the toe end of the bat. It was a smart catch actually down to his right-hand side. Trying to see who caught that. It was Payne taking the catch, and Wesley goes skewing one into the mid-wicket area. He goes for 5 off 21. Essex struggling a little bit here. 52 for 3. Dug in short by Chase Simmons. An important moment for the young man himself. His first County Championship wicket. Congratulations to him. And Essex just teetering. 52 for 3. New man in should be Jordan Cox. Batted fairly well so far this season, and Essex need him to score a few runs this afternoon.
Next batter for Essex, Jordan Cox.
So Cox, the new man at the crease. Warwickshire players just taking on some fluids. And Chase Simmons waiting at the top of his mark. Sun slowly creeping back out again. Cox with 77 on his back, just taking his time here, marking his guard. Essex 52 for 3. Simmons in, bowls short. Simmons got a loop and bounce on that bouncer, and Cox just nonchalantly ducks underneath it and allows the ball to go through to the wicketkeeper, and there's no run. Simmons coming in again. Cox on strike, short mid wicket in, and that's just defended into the offside. Backward point Fields, and there's another dot ball. 52 for 3. Brown 16 off 41. Cox yet to score off a couple of deliveries. Pigeon just perches itself. It's on the balcony out there. Getting literally a bird's eye view of the cricket. As Simmons bowls again, and that's defended into the offside, and that is the end of a very successful over for Warwickshire and for Chase Simmons, his first wicket in County Championship cricket. And Essex are 52 for 3. Wesley gone for 5, miscuing a short delivery into the leg side and caught sharply at short mid wicket by Sam Payne.
Yes, it was a hell of a catch, wasn't it?
It was good, wasn't it?
I was just watching it from the main press box next door. It was a great catch.
Yeah, very sharp. Terrible shot. Well, just not well executed shot from Tom Wesley, and he's perished.
Quite like the look of Simmons. He's got a bit of an extra yard of pace, doesn't he? And banging them in short. Hasn't quite found the line of length, but that was he does look quite good. Because that's just turned away. A run that forces obviously the field to shift around and move and do all these things that we've seen to do often, that just slightly slows down proceedings. The over rate is level, so not a concern as of yet, but it might be as the day continues.
As these left-handed, right-handed batting combinations forcing the shift in the field.
Yes, and Barnard, who didn't obviously do enough with the bat, is now being asked to deliver with the ball. Barnard in over the wicket, and that's defended straight into the offside by batter for no run. Yes, it's a bit of a change in tempo between Brown and Cox, who don't bat particularly similarly. Cox, the much more explosive player, likened to the batter he was brought in to replace in Dan Lawrence. Barnard in bowls, and that's defended into the offside by Cox for no run, and a pigeon has just flown over us.
Yeah, just saw some of his feathers just floating. So must have clipped something on the way down. Oh, and another one.
I think there may be a hunt of discarded lunch. So it's heating up this afternoon. It's just got a little bit warmer in here.
Definitely has, yeah. Fortunately, this time of the day is perfect angle for the sun to beam right into the commentary box.
Barnard in bowls, and that's driven by Cox into the offside. It's gathered by Davies. He'll just pick up the single for that. It looked at one point like it might go fast, but Davies was very quick across the ground to cut that off and keep the runs down to just 1.
Yeah, I think from an Essex point of view, I think they'd like Jordan Cox to counter-attack here a little bit. Essex just getting themselves a little bit stuck. Run rate's down at 2.49. They're still 343 short of the Warwickshire total.
Well, there's a point where you can't just weather and weather the pressure. You've actually got to, at some point, start putting it back on. You can't just sort of sit there forever. Barnard round the wicket to the left-handed Brown, who leaves that one alone, and it's a low take by Burgess behind the stumps. Those two having done most of the work in Warwickshire's first innings, scoring hundreds apiece as they put on a total of more than 200 for the 7th wicket.
Yeah, he's had a busy match as Barnard.
Yes, last man out, and I think it's good they gave him a couple of hours off without bowling. Barnard in to bowl, and that's carved away by Brown into the leg side behind square, and it will be fielded on the boundary. He'll just pick up a single at the end of that over. Essex 54 for 3.
Skiddy bowler Barnard. Well, certainly not nowhere near as tall as Ray and Hannon Dolby. I guess the ball to skid on probably comes onto the bat a little bit quicker than some of the batsmen might expect. Give himself a little bit of talking to there.
I wonder if they're just sort of deciding, are you going to attack? What's your plan? What do we want to do here? Because T's quite a long way away, so...
It is, yeah. Yeah.
They can't just sort of say, we'll see this out. They've got to come up with some sort of plan for what they're trying to do. Here is Brown. All of them seem to, from that end, have gone and prodded the wicket, and I don't know what they're looking at, but then whether they're not particularly happy with it or whether they're just trying to look at it and use it as an excuse for the tumble of wickets, I'm not sure. But
batter superstition, I should suspect.
Simmons will bowl round the wicket to the left-hander who drives at that one, and that's skewed off the inside edge. That could have gone absolutely anywhere. Simmons looks a little bit downcast that it didn't crash into the stumps, but it's skewed towards backward point / third man and fielded by Michael Ray. And that really could have gone anywhere.
It did. He managed to nutmeg himself there. Did Brown. Thick inside edge. Straight between his legs down towards fine leg.
But not the intentional sort of nutmeg that it's called. It was a very unintentional skew. Simmons will bowl over the wicket to the right-handed Cox, who lets that one go through to the wicket-keeper.
He looks like he's bowling quick. He certainly runs up to the crease very, very quickly, but he seems to have got a bit of pace about him, Simmons.
I wonder if you can see, because I can't quite see the screen, whether they've put any speeds up for his bowling. I mean, obviously, those things aren't entirely accurate, but just so we can get a gauge, it does look reasonably quick.
Yeah, no, there's nothing on the screen, I'm afraid. So we'll just have to guess.
Simmons in bowls, and that one is pushed away by Cox off the front foot into the offside, but straight to the fielder at cover for no run. Into Will Rhodes at cover. So hard to judge from where we are, because obviously we know like whether something looks quicker or not, but without those.
Well, put it this way, I wouldn't want to be standing at the end facing him.
Well, I don't either, but I could also say that for all of them, so that doesn't necessarily mean much. As Simmons is in again, and that one's driven off the bottom of the bat out towards the mid-on, and it was a bit lazily from Jordan Cox getting back in his crease. It was a direct hit from Davies, who was right to go for the stumps. Cox, I think, had just got back in. There's nothing given from the umpire, but it's a warning to the batter that he can't just sort of walk out his crease and lazily walk back.
Yeah, it was a decent throw from mid-on, and actually Cox had just actually turned his back. Wasn't really aware of where the ball was coming. And I think the first time we heard it when it hit the stumps, but he was just standing in his crease. But yeah, just got to keep an eye on that.
Simmons runs in, steams in to Cox, who drives that one into the offside, and that's a well-timed cover drive from the former Kent man. It won't go all the way to the boundary. It stopped about 5 yards short, and it will be fielded by Bethel, and the runs will be kept down to just 3 for Jordan Cox.
Clive was saying yesterday that the extra score that Warwickshire ended up with was probably worth a little bit more because of the slow outfield, and there again, that under any other circumstance that really should have flown for 4 because it was well timed by Cox, and it was mainly across the cut strip out towards the pavilion. It still didn't quite get there.
You know, I think it's slightly uphill, but it is surprising, and there's big boundaries here, of course, but it was surprising that that one didn't cross, given how nicely he hit it. Simmons in round the wicket to Brown, who looks to drive that one straight, but it will be fielded at mid-on, and at the end of that over, Essex 59 for 3.
Yeah, it's probably well, it definitely is the biggest boundary on the field because the cut strips a little bit away to our left-hand side, so out towards the pavilion's probably the longest boundary. There's a shorter one away to our left in front of the community stands and the apartments. But still, the way he struck that, felt like it should have got there, but it didn't. 59 for 3.
And now Simmons has a sweeping job to do, which is a tough ask after putting that in.
Barnard up to the stumps, bowls, and that's beaten the outside edge of Cox's bat. Played a defensive shot at it. I'll give him the benefit of the doubt and suggest he got his bat inside the line. Barnard stalks back to his mark. Some words of encouragement.
I think Warwickshire have been very encouraged by what they've seen so far.
Barnard in, bowls full. Cox comes forward, defends back to the bowler. There's no run. 2 slips, backward point. A a cover, or just man just in front of square on the offside. A mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. Simmons is about 20 yards, 10-15 yards in from the boundary, way to a left-hand side, so a deepish mid-wicket and a deep fine leg. Here comes Barnard, and again that's just defended into the offside. Essex getting squeezed here at the moment. Run rate 2.5. Brown 19 off 46. Cox 4 off 13. Breeze picking up as well. I see one of the flags on the left-hand side there just been tugging at the mast.
It's interesting, throughout the course of this match, that flag that we can see over the pitch to our left has been blowing in the breeze, while the ones next to the pavilion haven't.
Here comes Barnard again, and that's again defended into the offside, and there's no run.
Those two, if you can see the very limp Essex one and the slightly fluttering Warwickshire one, are not moving a lot at all.
Yep.
I don't think there's a breeze that's going to affect play. It might just make conditions a little bit more pleasant for those sitting out there.
Yeah, it can be a little bit warm sitting in those seats. Hopefully they're well hydrated. Here comes Barnard. Bowls, back of a length, that's crunched away through the offside. Now that will go to the boundary from Cox. It's a lovely looking shot, back of a length, slightly on his toes, punched, and through the gap in the offside. Cover can fetch it, and 4 runs to the total. 63 for 3, and Cox is 8 off 15.
Yes, he does like to attack Cox, but obviously that brings with itself its own risks. But Brown doing maybe Brown will think he can take the steady role, whereas Cox can take the more attacking role, and they can sort of swap it about.
Barnard in, and that's defended. Cox coming forward, thick outside edge of the bat along the floor, down towards backward point. And that's no run to finish the over. 63 for 3. We have had 23 overs of the Essex innings. Brown is on 19, Cox on 8. And Essex just rebuilding again, having lost Wesley a couple of overs ago.
Yes, just going at 3 and over, which isn't a bad total, but it's not sort of attacking particularly. Simmons has ball in hand. I wonder how many overs more he'll get. He can't. He runs in at such a pace. You think he shouldn't really be doing lengthy spells?
Yeah, he's had 5 so far.
Yeah.
5 overs, 1 for 14.
Good return on a county championship debut.
Yeah, he's bowled very, very well actually. Showed a lot of control too, which is good to see. Meant to go for Essex so far today. Cushy first up. He was out for 10. Bowled Ray, caught Bethel. Elgar followed shortly after for 15. Bowled Hannon Dolby, caught well by Hayne, second slip. And Wesley for 5. Bowled Simmons, caught Hayne.
Simmons in, and that's just tucked into the leg side by Brown and fielded by Sam Hayne in at mid-wicket there. He didn't quite get hold of it, but there was no chance, or the Essex batters didn't think about a run at all in that particular exchange.
Clive was saying that Warwickshire have been struggling with their catches so far this season, but the 2 I've seen today are absolute beauts.
They were absolutely, well, the second one in particular was a stunning catch that I thought at one point he'd put it down, but he managed to hold on as Simmons is in again, and that's driven by Brown straight to cover and slightly worn by cover there. I think that is Will Rhodes potentially there in at cover, who went down in the long barrier style as the ball bobbled up and sort of hit him, so probably be wearing a bruise or 2 tomorrow for that.
Yeah, it's one of those ones you were talking about earlier when you set your knee down, and it was struck quite well by Brown, but straight at him.
Simmons in short, and Brown sways out the way. There's a few encouraging shouts from around the field who enjoy the extra pace of Simmons in that.
Yeah, set up there Brown to try and hook that one away, but at the last minute just pulled out the shot and just ducked his head.
I think it was a little bit too close for him to consider hooking. They quite like the wide ones, but the ones close to you don't have the space, and it's not many of the batters who can do that sort of paddle sort of push. I think that takes quite a lot of skill. Simmons has another wicket. That one was edged by Brown and caught by Burgess behind the stumps, and Simmons has his second county championship wicket, and Essex are in all sorts of trouble here, having slipped to 63 for 4.
Yeah, Brown just trying to fiddle outside the off stump. Either finish edge or off the gloves, but either way, straight through to the wicketkeeper. Brown goes for 19 on 49, and Essex just lurching towards a similar position to what Warwickshire were in yesterday. 63 for 4 now, struggling to make headway. Simmons, who's been bowling brilliantly. Well, I don't, if they were thinking about taking him off after this over, I don't think they will now. He's bowling quick, and he's forced an error there from Nick Brown.
And a good oversight to follow up what was a bouncer that forced Brown to stay out of the way with a potentially tempting one outside the off stump that wasn't quite there. And he sort of pushed at that and just caught the edge on the way through to the wicketkeeper. Yeah. And it will be Matt Critchley to come to the crease.
The incoming batter, Matt Critchley.
At number 6. Probably one more recognised batter from Essex with wicketkeeper Michael Pepper, and then you really are into the bowlers.
Yeah, Harmer could certainly stick around, but you know, still 334 is the deficit. You know, Bankenham's sticking around that long, but who knows? Warwickshire managed to do it. Now it's Essex's turn to see if they can do it.
Absolutely, and what a debut for Chase Simmons. Not just the taking 2 wickets, but the nature of those 2 wickets and who they are and how important batters they are for Essex. He's not just sort of got 2 at the end of the innings, he's got 2 big players and played a real impact in this game.
It certainly has.
And, I think we'll see a little bit of a change of pace here with the batting, rather than Nick Brown, who likes to hang around, having, as you mentioned to me earlier, started his career as an opener. Critchley and Cox are a little bit more aggressive in the middle order. Simmons in bowls, and that's another one for Chase Simmons. What a debut he is having. Critchley has prodded at that one and been caught again by Michael Burgess behind the stumps, and Essex are really in trouble here, aren't they, David?
Yeah, what a debut, and he's on a hat-trick as well. Superb bowling from Chase Simmons, ripping the heart out of this Essex batting lineup. Again, just hanging the bat outside the off stump, perhaps a little bit too quick for Critchley first up. Again, he looks like he's bowling quickly, Chase Simmons. And it's causing consternation in the Essex ranks. 63 for 5 now, and Essex definitely at the same point as where Warwickshire were yesterday. Warwickshire comfortably bossing this game. Essex still trail by 334, and Chase Simmons on debut has a chance of getting a hat-trick. Not sure how often that would have happened.
We'd have to, I think, consult QuickViz or one of the likes to get a stat on that, but it's been a very impressive debut, and he's definitely made a case already for him to stay in this team with that extra bit of pace, and not unwilling to go for the short ball as well, which he's bowled quite nicely from what I've seen so far today.
This is unfortunately where having the email up and running will actually be an advantage, because one of our excellent listeners will have dug out those stats for us already, but as it is, email isn't working, so
still haven't managed to get it to work.
No, I haven't located the person who needs to actually authorise my sign-in, so it may have to be one I try to do overnight.
Michael Pepper coming to the crease to slightly muted applause from the Essex crowd, who I think are a little bit stunned by how their side have gone about this batting innings. It's definitely not what they would have expected or what they've seen so far this season.
Yeah, there was a bit of chirping early on today, not so much now, with Warwickshire all over the Essex side.
And I just wonder if they're going to bring the field in, because Simmons is on a hat-trick. They have done. There's a leg slip, 3 in the slips, point, no one in on the offside, mid-off, mid-on, and they're just sending mid-wicket back to the boundary. And Davis is going to bring himself into the vacant mid-wicket position, or square leg position. He's walking all the way across there. I wonder if we're going to see something a bit short, or make the batter think the bowling could be a bit short anyway. So 3 in the slips and a leg slip for Simmons on a hat-trick, bowls, and that's driven by Pepper into the vacant position towards mid-wicket, between mid-wicket and mid-on, where the fielder races around to get that, and that has been an excellent over for the Warwickshire debutant Essex. 63 for 5.
Yeah, amazing numbers for Simmons at the moment. 3 for 10 off 5 so far. He's been economical, he's been on the money, he's been quick, and he's rushed a few of the Essex batsmen. He's got 3 wickets to his name in his first ever county championship game. Congratulations. And he'll be back as well. They're not going to take him off just yet.
No, and what a way to make your way back to your fielding position, knowing that you've got 2 wickets in an over. It was a great spell from there.
I think we know Clivesy interviewing tonight as Barnard comes up to the stumps, bowls, and it's defended into the offside. And there's no run. 65 for 5, Essex, trail by 332.
And he's only 20 years old. I've just looked that one up, so he could have a bright future ahead of him. He was awarded a 3-year contract by Warwickshire in May 2022, so they could be expecting big things from the...
As Barnard in again, that's driven uppishly, but down towards the man at mid-off. Slightly wide, had to run round, and there's no run though, 65 for 5.
And born in Barbados, like all the English fast bowlers.
All the English grades. I think Clive was saying that his dad's got a UK passport, so he's actually available for England.
Even then, I don't think the wait is too many years, judging from how quickly Archer managed to make his way into the England team.
Barnard in again, 2 slips go. Oh, that one really does keep low, and well watched by Cox. It was shin high as he defended that into the offside.
Yes, he sort of came up and then had to jab his bat back down just at the last minute. That was an interesting one. So apparently he was recommended by Otis Gibson, and he's made 5 appearances for Warwickshire's second 11 in 2023, taking 8 wickets, but they've clearly seen enough to put him into the first team.
And he's rewarding them with that faith. 3 wickets so far today as Barnard bowls. That's left alone outside the off stump. Comfortable lead, that one from Cox. 65 for 5. Cox on 8. Pepper on 2. Going through a few stretches.
Well, he's sort of been rushed out there, hasn't he, Pepper? He might not have expected to come into it so quickly. But he's out there now, and he's got off the mark, and these 2 will need to produce something for Essex.
Barnard, number 30 on his back, bowls, and back of a length. That's just defended into the offside, and there's no run. Flag billowing again. Essex need a decent partnership to state the blindingly obvious. Well, need more than one decent partnership. They need a couple to get them anywhere near that Warwickshire total. As Barnard turns again. Beautiful early summer's afternoon here at the county ground. Warwickshire on top as Cox covers up again, defends into the offside, and there's no run. End of the over. There's been 26 overs in the Essex innings, and they are in a bit of trouble. They're 65 for 5 with Cox on 8 and Pepper on strike. At the start of the next over, it will be on 2, but it probably should see the return of Simmons. Yeah, it will be.
It will be. I wonder if this will be his last, though. You don't want to keep someone who's putting that much effort into every ball out there for too long. We've seen far too many injured bowlers by players who like having that extra... captains who like using that extra pace a little bit too much to the detriment of their young bowlers, and I'm sure that Alex Davies will be aware of that.
Yeah, absolutely. They put their bodies through a hell of a lot of stress, these fast bowlers.
Well, I think it's 7 times your body weight if you're a fast bowler going through that front leg, as Simmons runs in, bowls, and that's looked to flick away by the batter, but he doesn't quite get there, and Pepper will stay at the crease, but that was not a comfortable start.
No. Quick again.
Yes, I think it's. I was listening to podcasts where they looked at just how much force goes through fast bowlers' bodies, and I'll tell you about it after this ball. As Simmons is in, bangs it in short, and Pepper ducks out the way of that one as it goes through to the wicket-keeper.
He's making life uncomfortable out there for the Essex batsman.
So I think it's 7 to 9 times your body weight just through that front leg. So that's your knee and your ankle, and that's why we see so many fast bowlers with knee injuries. And then obviously all those ones who arch the back, it's also going through that as well. So you can easily see how stress fractures do build up and occur, and why they need to be managed so carefully. As Simmons is in again, and that's defended straight back down the pitch by Pepper up to mid-off for no run.
Yes, it's a tough occupation, fast bowling.
I'm sure it's rewarding as well. You know, imagine being able to bowl a ball at sort of 90 miles an hour.
Amazingly rewarding when you're taking a load of wickets. I don't think it's as rewarding when you're out there all day with go wicketless and the batters just piling on the runs, but today is certainly a day for Jay Simmons, 3 so far.
Simmons in bowls, and that's flicked off his pad by Peppers. A diving stop by Burgess. I don't think he got anything on it, but he sort of keeps fending at those ones outside the leg stump, and it's giving the bowler something to aim at.
Finding outside edges of Nick Brown and Matt Critchley to give Michael Burgess catches behind the stumps.
It's been a good debut and one that I'm sure he won't forget.
Michael Ray earlier taking wickets. The morning session yesterday with 5 wickets down, they were under the
As Simmons runs in again over the wicket, bangs that one in short, and that one Pepper just ducks underneath, and that I think will be his 2 bouncers for the over.
Easy leave that one for Pepper. Barely had to duck underneath that.
No, that was a little bit too short from the bowler. As I sort my sunglasses out, because it's difficult with the sun coming and going. You're never quite sure if they're needed or not.
Yeah, tricky day.
And probably tricky if you're out there as well and your eyes constantly have to adjust. As Simmons is in again, that one is short but not very short, and Pepper goes back to it, just about manages to get his bat in the way, and that really could have gone anywhere. It's a maiden over for Simmons, who has bowled 6 overs, 3 wickets for 10 runs, and what a way to make your county championship debut.
Yeah, that one kept a little bit low, inside edge, bottom of the bat onto the pads. Luckily from an Essex point of view, managed to keep it out as well.
And
so Will Rhodes going to take over from the river end. Bless you.
Thank you.
You held on to that quite well.
I did.
And
it's not hay fever, because I don't get that, but I think it's just, you know, the air blowing around. And
I get a light apnea, so as soon as I go out from, if the sunlight's out, if I'm going out from the inside, as soon as I get out there I start sneezing. Anyway, Rhodes, number 35 on his back, up to the stumps, bowls loose shot outside the off stump, and Cox will just be having a little word with himself there. It's not the sort of shot you need at this stage of the innings.
Well, especially not given that we've seen a slightly wayward inside edge from Michael Pepper that could have gone anywhere, just the ball before. He was lucky it sort of crashed into his own pad, and then Cox goes chasing one outside off stump, and we've seen so many wickets fall from batters chasing those outside off stump.
Just the one slip in as Rhodes gets up to the crease and he bowls, and that's just defended out into the offside. Fielded at backward point. And there's no run. 8 to Cox, 2 to Pepper, 65 for 5.
If you're Warwickshire, you almost don't want this session to come to an end. I know there's still at least sort of 20-25 minutes left of it, but you really don't want...
Yeah, they've got plenty to go. There's another 12 and a bit overs before they get to the tee, as that's defended back down the pitch, and again there's no run.
You mentioned sneezing. I'm asthmatic, so when I run in the cold, I cough a lot.
Okay. And the heat, you're okay?
Well, so if it's drier air, it affects your airways a bit more, apparently. So humid, we live in quite a humid country, is quite good, but those dry, sort of crisp December days can be quite tough.
So you won't necessarily be need. Do you have to go after this delivery as Rhodes comes in? That's a back of leg that's cut away. Oh, it's in the air. Not hugely controlled. Arms well away from his body there. Went round backward point. That was a loose shot from Cox. He gets a single for it. Risky though. 9 to him, down towards a deep backward point for a single. And Essex go to 66 for 5s. Do you have to carry an inhaler around with you, just in case?
I always take it before I run. I don't generally carry one around, but I might do during a race. It depends, because ordinarily if I feel anything happening I can stop, whereas obviously in a race you don't quite have that luxury. But no, I've had exercise asthma and then more severe asthma since I was a kid, but you can still do exercise without it, or with it. It can be managed, and not everyone's can, but it's obviously there's a lot of professional sports people who do have asthma and do manage it well.
Rhodes coming in again from the river end up to the stumps. Bowls full, and that's just guided down towards third man. Should be a couple of runs here. The sweeper coming in from deep backward point to do the fielding. 2 to the total. 68 for 5. Pepper goes to 4.
Yeah, just sort of opened the face on that and guided it down through the vacant third man area.
Do you have a time in mind for your run tomorrow?
I'd like to do it in under 150.
Okay.
I won't do it as quick as I did last year, which is annoying, but we won't go into that.
I won't ask. Here comes Rhodes in, bowls, and that's on the pads, defending into the leg side. Short mid wicket fields. That's that man Barnard. Has been in the game a lot today and yesterday, and that's the end of the over. We have had 28 overs of the Essex innings. They are 68 for 5. Cox 9, Pepper 4.
Yeah, Simmons just going off the field, so he won't have another one. I wonder if he's just going for a little break, as David is also going to go for a little bit of break, and I will be joined again by Clive. It will be Hannon Dolby to continue to return from the Graham Gooch end after Simmons's explosive 6-over spell, and Jordan Cox to face as Hannon Dolby just goes through a couple of warm-up movements to Captain Alex Davies. 2 in the slips, backward point, cover, mid-off. Hannon Dolby runs in over the wicket to Cox, who fends that one into the leg side towards the sweeper, and he'll pick up just a single. Good afternoon, Clive.
Yes, afternoon, Sonia. That was a debut first-class spell to remember for Jay Simmons. Tom Wesley's a pretty good first victim in your first-class career, and then to be on a hat-trick at one point.
Yes, it's definitely a way to make your debut and a memorable one, and he looked like he had a bit of pace about him as well.
Yeah.
As Hannon Dolby runs in, and that's played well by Pepper, timed through the offside. It won't go all the way by any means, but he will pick up 2 runs for it. Just pierce the gap between point and cover.
And cricket's a very easy game sitting here, but clearly what Essex have to do now is what Warwickshire did. Warwickshire was 64 for 5.
Well, if these two get going, they'll do it rather quicker than Warwickshire did, because they both like to score their runs at quite a pace.
Well, they need to build a partnership. That's got to be their priority.
So Hannon Dolby runs in, bowls, and that's defended into the offside for no run by Pepper.
They may need to rein themselves in a little bit if they're to do that. Crucial. Essex get a partnership now. I thought candy captaincy from Alex Davis with Jay Simmons bowling, because right from the start he gave him a sweeper, and there were a couple of shots in the first couple of overs that on another day might have gone for 4, but because he had a fielder out there, they were just singles, and that would have kept Simmons confident and kept his figures looking good.
Hannon Dolby in, bowls, and that's defended again to extra by Pepper for no run. Has he come through the academy? How much do you know about Simmons?
Simmons is 20 years old now. He arrived when he was 17 from Barbados, recommended by Otis Gibson. He has an English father, so he's able to play as an English cricketer. He's been around the Warwickshire Academy for the last 3 years or so. He's been mentioned in dispatches, he's been in first team squads, but just not quite got in until now.
What a way to seize your chance. As Hannon Dolby runs in, and that's driven well by Pepper, and that looks like that one will go all the way. It does slow up as it gets near the rope, but it has gone all the way. That will be a good boundary for Pepper, just through that extra cover region. Well timed and well driven.
Yeah, very good shot from Pepper. And to be honest, he took his chance, and it was a chance really that Warwickshire were almost reluctant to give. They've only because I'm told, I mean, I don't know, I haven't seen the game, I'm told he's not been in the best of form for the second 11, so Warwickshire only selected him really because he had pretty much run out of any other option.
And I'm sure he's given them something to think about now.
Absolutely.
As Hannon Dolby runs in, and that's defended out towards backward point for no run. At the end of that over, Essex 75 for 5.
Didn't bat badly either.
No, he
was
looked
on
all right.
17 was a partnership
His
with
sweep
30
shots
something.
weren't brilliant, but his other batting was quite solid. He played a lovely drive up past the bowler for 4.
Yeah, it was an important partnership really, because after Burgess got out, you felt that Warwickshire could subside fairly quickly, but he put on 38 with Ed Barnard. Warwickshire ended up getting to 397, so 248 required to take the follow-on out of the equation. I'm not sure Warwickshire would enforce it anyway if we got to that, but they need to get that to make that not a decision that Warwickshire don't have to make. Will Rhodes bowls. That's defended by Cox. Back to Rhodes, there's no run. I say, I don't know if they enforce it. I mean, if they were to roll them over quickly now and get them out for 100, then they might. But I suspect if they bowled Essex out for 200, say, they probably won't.
Last against Simon
Ideally
Harmer
not,
as well.
No, that's why I say if the lead is so big that they might be able to beat them by an innings. But anyway, we're getting a bit ahead of ourselves. As I say, Warwickshire recovered from this sort of position. That's played to mid-on. There's no run.
Yes, I think my notebook's just over there, but yes, they were 104 for 6, of course,
That's
and
right.
then put on over 200 for that 7th wicket.
64 for 5 and 104 for 6. 5 wickets in that morning session. Really, that morning session, Essex won handsomely. Ever since then, Warwickshire have been pretty much on top so far.
Yeah, absolutely they have. It's
Rhodes in, that's defended a point. There's no run.
It's been a good game, actually.
It has. It's raining in Bengaluru and Taunton at the moment.
Well, I did see the weather forecast and think it was going to rain in Bengaluru. I think their rain might be slightly more substantial than the Taunton rain. I think it was thunderstorms that were forecast. And when it thunderstorms in India, there's a lot of rain that comes down very, very quickly.
A bit tough on the home side, they're all challenges because they were 31 without loss after 3 overs against the Chennai Super Kings when the play was interrupted. That's a 4 defensive, there's no run. That's where Lancashire look to be on top at the moment. At Blackpool, Durham 178 for 5. Ben Stokes out for just 2 to Nathan Lyon. That doesn't bode well for the next Ashes, does it?
It's fine. He always plays well for England. I don't have anything to worry about.
Rhodes comes in, right arm over to bowl, and that's played to mid-on for no run.
Zach Crawley got a duck for Kent, if you want to read into this so too far.
Oh,
No
no
ball?
no ball by Rhodes. It's untypical of him. Yeah, Hampshire 148 for 5. A fairly low scoring game at Trembridge. They've recovered a bit there, Hampshire. Just 87 behind now. You say Kent 8 for 1, but rain stopped play there. Derbyshire 60 for 1, replying to Northants. Middlesex are going strongly. Bad news for Warwickshire. Coming up, Rhodes comes into bowl. That's 4 defensive, there's no run. They no longer have the highest score of this season's championship, because Gloucestershire declared on 706 for 6. I mean, that's greedy,
Wow.
isn't it?
I think they
706
just
for 6.
wanted that 700.
Well, Graham Van Buren finished 103. He was out though, so yeah, they can batted on and on and on and on. Bancroft 160, Charlesworth 126. You don't want to look at the bowling figures really. Rhodes comes into bowl, and that's a 4 defensive. So that's now the highest score of this season's championship.
It's going to be one of the highest scores for a while.
Let's see, what was the highest score? Well, they actually got 737. Glamorgan got 737 last season at Hove.
Was that the game that was 700 plays 600?
Something, I think it was, yeah.
You could have called a draw from about day 2.5.
Yeah, probably not a thriller to watch, but yeah.
Oh, they've started penalising matches that end too quickly. As Hannon Dolby prepares to bowl his over from the Graham Gooch end, and that one does keep low, and Pepper does well to push that one out towards backward point. We just started to see a bit of variable bounce creeping in from both ends.
Just to say, finish off the score, Sussex recovered somewhat, still got a lot to do. 102 for 3, they lead Yorkshire by 57 at Hove. And problems for the Blades at Southampton. I don't know if it's one of those Southampton pitches, but they are 64 for 8 in the 15th of their 20 overs in the Shard Edwards Cup against the Southern Vipers.
Well, Southern Vipers are one of the stronger sides in the women's division, as Hannon Dolby is in bowls, and Pepper thinks about going at that one and just pulls his bat out of the way at the last minute, and there was no run.
I saw them lift the trophy 2 years ago at Northampton when they beat the Central Sparks in the final.
I think they won it last year as well, or they won one of them last year.
I was there 2 years ago because of the Sparks, so it was a good day.
Charlotte Edwards' team very strong down there at Hampshire, and their last year as Southern Vipers.
Yes. They're going to be Hampshire, aren't they?
Yes.
Yeah.
Hampshire was the team down there that were awarded it, as Hannon Dolby runs in bowls, and that's driven well by Pepper, but well stopped in the field by Chase Simmons at cover, a diving forward stop to take.
Yeah, that adds to his good day. Jay Simmons, very good stop. That's probably safe. Well, certainly 3, probably quite possibly 4. He hit that pretty well. Very long boundary out there, but Pepper certainly struck that well.
I actually went to uni with Pepper's brother, who was also quite a good cricketer. Played Essex 2s and did some fielding for the first team, but didn't push on. As Hannon Dolby runs in bowls, and that's fended at by Pepper, and he's gone. Hannon Dolby has a wicket, and Essex are 77 for 6.
Yeah, Pepper looks disappointed. Whether that's with his shot or the decision, I'm not sure. But he goes. Hannon Dolby strikes again, and Warwickshire remain firmly on top in this game. And well, Essex have got big work to do now. There might be a decision for Warwickshire to make at this rate.
Michael Pepper was fourth, following Michael Burgess.
Burgess third victim behind the stumps for him.
It's Pepper just trudging off the field as Simon Harmer walks on, but it's not what Essex would have wanted or expected when they started this, and as Alex Davis also runs onto the field. It was a good ball, just pushed out by the wicket-keeper batter, and none of Essex's batters have really got going here.
No, as I say, they need a partnership desperately, don't they?
Well, I think their first challenge probably has to be to get through to tea without losing any more, and then they can regroup and start assessing the pitch and what they want to get out of it. But yes, it's they're in all sorts of problems here.
Simon Harmer, the new batter at the crease. And Dolby rewarded. He's bowled a good line and length most of the day. Gone for 22 runs. This is his 10th over.
It's always rewarding when you're a bowler and things start going your way. You sometimes feel that you can get so much more out of it. As Hannon Dolby waits with ball in hand for Simon Harmer to set himself. There are 2 in the slips and a catcher in at shortish mid-wicket. Hannon Dolby in bowls, and that's clipped off his legs by Harmer into the offside, and he'll be off the mark straight away with a single down to the sweeper. I have to admit, I don't know too much about Simon Harmer's batting prowess. I'm much more familiar with his bowling, but he's not a bad bat.
No, he's not.
Coming in at number 8 for Essex, but it's certainly not the depth in batting lineup that Warwickshire have got.
He actually scored an unbeaten half-century in this fixture last season.
Hannon Dolby in bowls and bangs that one in short, and it's been pushed away by Jordan Cox. He will just pick up the single. There was the man there to stop it on the bounce, and at the end of that over. Another wicket falls, and Essex are 78 for 6.
It was in June when Warwickshire came here last season. Essex beat them by 9 wickets. Harmer took 10 wickets of the match and scored 50 not out. So he had a very decent game. You have Dan Lawrence making 150. They haven't got him now, of course, Essex. So Will Rhodes to continue. No longer his decision whether he bowls or not, which probably means he's going to bowl more than he did when he was captain. Alex Davis calling on him now as he comes in to bowl, and that's driven, and that's a good straight drive. I think that's going to go all the way. It's a game effort by Michael Ray to chase it down, but he hasn't managed it, and that is 4 runs for Jordan Cox for the well-timed straight drive. And every run needed by Essex at the moment, 83 for 6. Still, they'll reflect that Warwickshire were 104 for 6 at one stage and got to 397, so all is not lost, but they need that partnership. Rhodes into bowl, and that's just clipped away to the deep on the leg side by Cox for a single. 84 for 6 Essex. Warwickshire 397 all out. Already secured 2 bowling points, which is as much as Essex managed in the 110 overs. Warwickshire were 8 wickets down, having just passed 350 by the time they got to 110 overs in their innings.
Yes, we did have a debate earlier about whether they were going to get that batting point.
Yeah, they got that pretty comfortably in the end. Rhodes comes into bowl, and that's pushed out to the offside. There's no run.
I think that was when Simmons and Barnard were at the crease, and they were just sort of not turning down any singles, and we were just wondering whether they would get there or not, but they did with time to spare.
Just one slip in for Will Rhodes. He and Barnard are sort of control bowlers. Bowl at one end and keep the runs quiet is the aim. He's gone for a 4 in this over so far, and that's another straight drive. This time Rhodes gets something on it to slow it down, and Alex Davis is able to cut it off. No run. Simon Harmer the batter.
Yes, Cox just wandering around and prodding the pitch. I'm not quite sure what they've been doing, but they've been doing that all innings. A hybrid pitch. And there's 2 catches in as well.
Yeah, Sam Hay moving to that position now, just mid-off. That's defended by Harmer. There's no run. Yeah, the hybrid pitches are made. I've got visions of the ground staff, sort of big needle and thread going on, sewing the pitch together.
I'm sure it's done by a machine.
Yeah.
I'm not sure how you would sew grass to fake grass, but I'm not a sewing expert. I can just about sew a button back on.
That one's played to mid on. There's no run. I mean, they do in football. A lot of the football pitches now have a bit of artificial in them. 84 for 6.
Yes, it's been Essex really need some partnership to come from somewhere here, well, their first priority I think has just got to be to get through to tea without losing any more wickets. But it's been a thrilling day's cricket from my position as a neutral.
Yeah, but it's been one that Warwickshire have enjoyed more than Essex so far.
Hannon Dolby with ball in hand at the Graham Gooch, and just a brief pause while Cox takes the measure of the field, which is slightly more spread, 2 in the slips. Hannon Dolby in bowls, and that's turned away by Cox into the leg side, where it will be fielded by the sweeper out there on the boundary, and just the 1 run. To the former Kent man who made the move across the Thames at the start of this season, to the displeasure of Kent fans who saw him play their second game and Essex's second game here, and he batted quite well to their displeasure.
Sure, Kent could do with him now.
I'm sure they could. And he's made that move as Hannon Dolby runs in, bowls, and that's just defended very uncomfortably by Simon Harmer. He manages to keep that out. It's a bottom edge straight into the ground, but he didn't look entirely comfortable there.
No.
Just fending at that one and skewed out towards backward point. And, he did put a good bowling stint in yesterday, Harmer. I'm sure it says somewhere how many overs he bowled, but it must have been well more than 20 in the first innings in total. As Hannon Dolby is prepared to run in and bowl, and does, and Harmer keeps that one out more comfortably, defending into the leg side and up to mid-on.
Yes, he got 2 wickets this morning, didn't he? 2 batters trying to sweep him and failing, bowled them both. So he ended up bowling 30 overs in the innings, taking 3 for 93.
Probably would have liked a little bit longer with his feet up in the dressing room, as I'm sure the other Essex bowlers would have done as well.
What he'd like now was the opportunity to bowl at Warwickshire again, and to get that, the Essex need to get some more runs on the board.
I'm sure you'll be able to tell me in a minute, as Hannon Dolby runs in, and that's just defended straight into the pitch by Harmer. How many do they need to avoid the follow-on? I can't quite do the maths.
248 would be the would do it.
That looks a very long way away at this point.
It does. Oh, I do keep saying it. Warwickshire were in this position as well. Not quite in this position, actually. They were 104 for 6.
But they also had 2 recognised batters in, whereas Simon Harmer is not a bad batter, but he's not usually described as an all-rounder. Although I'm sure some Essex fans will email in and disagree strongly with me. As Hannon Dolby runs in over the wicket, bowls, and Harmer defends that into the offside this time, up to mid-off for no run.
Yeah, he's got 2 first-class centuries to his name. He's got 6,000 first-class runs. 2 first-class centuries.
Averages?
So you might call him a bowling all-rounder, perhaps. He's averaging 24 in first-class
bowling
cricket.
all-rounder then. Hannon Dolby prepares, and the fielder, who was very close in at mid-wicket, is just now moved to the 3rd strip away, but still in a catching position. And Dolby bowls, that's pushed into the offside for no run. At the end of that over, Essex 85 for 6.
So Warwickshire will just look to plug away. The 2 batters chat. I haven't seen spin yet. Rob Yates would be first call to bowl spin, and probably, although it could be Jacob Bethel, and then Dan Mosley can also contribute. Alex Davis hasn't turned to that yet.
I'm not sure he's necessarily had the need to. The seamers have been doing a fine job so far.
Yeah, well, Rhodes bowling to Cox, 1 slip. And the fielder close in at mid-off. Just pushes that to backward point for no run, does Cox, who is on 17, so he's made a start, and Essex need him to go on.
Yes, he's going to have to play a big role in any Essex renaissance here if they're to push on to a respectable total after the early innings collapse.
Rhodes, right arm over. That's again solidly defended by Cox. What have we got? Got 6 overs to go after this one till tea. Essex will be desperate to get into tea without any further damage.
Yes, I wonder if we'll just see an over of spin just to try and unsettle the batters just before tea, or in this period before tea.
Very well do. In comes Rhodes. That's handsomely hit by Cox. We'll get nothing for it. A really good tumbling stop from Warwickshire captain Alex Davis out in the covers. He struck that well enough that it might even have beaten the sweeper there on the offside, but Davis cut it off. and he gets no reward for the shot.
Yes, and he's got the two in catching positions in front of the bat as well as the one slip.
Rhodes bowls, well, that's edge past second slip and goes down to third for 4. Would it have carried to second slip? Possibly not.
I think it's unlikely. I think he played it with quite soft hands and kept it down, but it'll be encouraging that they're catching the edge.
4 more to Cox. Who's on to 21, 89 for 6, Essex. Replying to Warwickshire's 397.
Yes, it was a decent shot from Cox, always in control of that and kept it down, and with just one in the slips he's got quite a lot of space to play with in that sort of vacant third position.
Rhodes right arm over, and he's hit that crisply, but that brings the sweeper into play, so he just gets the 1. Cox, he does look to be settling down nicely now.
Yes, a few overs still to go until tea, and Warwickshire will want to make the most of them, because if they can get one more they'll feel that they're really on top of the game, although that is also what we said in the first innings for the 7th wicket.
So Will Rhodes, 35 on his back. He's got a second fielder now close in for the mistimed drive, and he's bowled that on leg stump. It's turned round his pads by Harmer, and Chase Simmons comes racing around to field. Good throw from Simmons. 1 run, end of the over. I've just got to go and do a brief update for BBC CWR, but here Essex are 91 for 6.
Yes, thank you, Clive. As he mentioned, Essex are 91 for 6. There needs to be quite a big partnership between these two here, mostly led, you would expect, by Jordan Cox, who might have to curb his attacking instinct at times in this match just to keep this innings going for as long as possible, as Essex trying to fight their way back into this match, and 248 runs needed to avoid the follow-on, which feels a very long way away as Simon Harmer prepares to face Hannon Dolby from the Graham Gooch end. Over the wicket bowls, and that's defended into the offside, where it's fielded by Simmons for no run. And a nice sunny day now. It started off quite grey and overcast, but it's brightened up as the day's gone on, and it looks like it'll turn into quite a nice evening for anyone listening in Chelmsford who wants to make their way down for the final few overs of cricket. There's still 5 or so overs to go until the tea break, and then we will have a decent amount of evening session, as I'm joined back by David. Good afternoon.
Hey up. Not going too well from an Essex point of view.
Hannon Dolby in, bowls, bangs that one in short, but it's just helped on its way by Harmer down towards the fielder at backward square, and Essex will add 1 more run to their total. Yes, it's not quite gone Essex's way so far. Have you managed to get into your emails yet?
No, still struggling.
Oh well.
I fear it may not even be sorted by tomorrow, but we shall see what we can do.
Well, for those who do want to get in touch, they can get in touch via Twitter or other means.
Brilliant. Okay, just mate.
As Hannon Dolby has ball in hand, runs in and bowls to Jordan Cox, who plays that one nicely off the back foot, just cuts that one away to the third boundary. He had 4 there in the last over. This one was a much more controlled shot off the back foot, just opened the face on it for a late cut, and that will bring him 4 more to take him to 26 runs.
Partnership coming up to 20, which doesn't sound much, but in the context of the game, from an Essex innings point of view, it's quite a big one, but a long way to go. They still trail by 301 runs. They are a very long way behind.
Yes, it's a very long way to go for Essex in this match, as Hannon Dolby bowls, and that one is again just late cut by Cox down to that vacant third. I wonder if that's going to get all the way to the boundary. It's just underneath the stand, so I can't quite tell you what's happening, and that one has also gone for 4. So I wonder if Warwickshire might continue just putting in a batter there.
It's the 100
And
up for Essex.
100 is up for Essex. That's clapping in the by the Essex faithful who are surrounding us.
Yeah, still 150 short of avoiding the follow-on as well.
Yes, 248 needed. And one of the slips has just gone slightly wider to gully as Hannon Dorby is in bowls, and that one is driven by Cox straight past the bowler, and that was a well-timed and struck drive from the Essex batter for another boundary. That's his third in as many balls, and I wonder if it's time for a little bit of a change of bowler.
Yeah, looks like Cox has decided now's the time to attack. That was an absolute beauty. It was a standard deliver, barely moved his feet there, just drove through the line of the ball, just past the stumps on the onside at the non-striker's end, and away for 4.
Yes, they might just have to start soon thinking about doing something a little bit different, because they can't absorb this forever as Hannon Dorby's in bowls and Cox defends that down to point for no run at the end of that over. Essex have moved along to 104 for 6.
Nice little counter-attack there from Jordan Cox. Just trying to get things moving from an Essex perspective.
Yes, just some drinks being run onto the field as well.
Yep.
And some shin pads being put on, which is interesting. I wonder if we're going to see a short leg.
Bit of spin is what we should be seeing, yeah. So Yates is coming on. See a few people tucking in some tees just around the ground. We're 5 overs from the tea break. Running a little bit behind schedule. Probably a decent change up at this time. Cox having just been for 3 consecutive boundaries in the last over.
Yes, Essex will want to tighten up or at least force the batters to think of something a little bit different.
It's just going through a few warm-ups. So what's the field here? We've got a slip, short leg, a backward point, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. That short leg, as I was saying, it's probably a fielder out, yeah, down towards deep mid-wicket. It's Simmons, about 15 yards in from the boundary. Simmons, who did the damage for Essex, ripping out the middle order. As Yates, number 17 on his back, bowls right arm over. And that's clipped away down towards deep mid-wicket for a single, 105 for 6. Trail by 292. Harmer goes to 4. Cox on strike, 34 or 47. Will he attack the spinner? Off the back foot, this one just pulled away into the leg side. Again, Simmons is going to be employed down at deep mid-wicket. Just be another single. Score moves to 106 for 6. Cox to 35. A couple of the backroom staff for Warwickshire slowly making their way around the boundary. At the start of my lunch break half an hour ago, they were just down below us. There's a Yates bowls. Oh, that's into the pads. A huge LBW appeal. Umpire says not out.
My first instinct was that was a little bit high.
Yeah. Quite see if that got any batter. It was down by leg side. I just could not see at all. Here comes Yates bowls. That was flatter, straighter. It's defending to the leg side. 2 Warwickshire staff now just making their way around to the bowler's end on the opposite side of the ground.
Debut Warwickshire wicket also for Michael Ray, who bowled with some pace right at the start of the innings. Warwickshire will
mid-on comes up.
They were in a similar position in their innings and went on to make
that was bowled down the leg side off the pads, taken by man at short leg. That's not out. 106 for 6.
Yes, definitely some encouraging signs for Warwickshire with the spinner.
Yates, it again. Bowls. Oh, that's come off the bat this time, but not going to take a single. I thought that might have actually come off the thigh pad and away down for no runs. So end of the over. And Essex are 106 for 6, and it's 4 overs until tea.
And unsurprisingly, after that expensive over from Hannon Dolby, we will see a change of bowling from the Graham Gooch end, and it will be Will Rhodes, who has essentially just switched ends there.
I was going to say, maybe perhaps that 1 over of spin might just be that, just to switch the bowlers over.
Jordan Cox will be on strike. As the wicketkeeper makes the change between helmet and hat. 1 in the slips and 1 in catching and a short-ish mid-wicket. No, as I say that, the short-ish mid-wicket moves away. It's a problem with describing the field just as it changes. He's gone to a more conventional cover, so there are no fielders in catching positions inside the ring, which is not what we've seen pretty much all day. We've seen quite a lot of attacking fields from Alex Davis, but on this occasion, just that little touch more defensive. As Rhodes, with ball in hand, runs in over the wicket to the right-handed bat of Cox, who defends that one out towards point for no run. So, still a way to go before tea. How many overs have we got left now?
So, remaining for today, a ball shy of 36, so we've got a ball shy of 4 overs to go before tea.
Which is it's not quite a bit later than expected in the end. As Rhodes runs in and bowls, and that's defended straight back to the bowler by Cox for no run. Quite a tidy line and length from Rhodes so far.
Yeah, it'll be about tea will be about 4:05.
Yes.
It's the thing with the old right-hand, left-hand combination, then mainly pace bowling. Takes a little bit longer to get through the overs.
And the wickets tumbling also.
Yeah.
Although they do make concessions for that, as Rhodes runs in, and that's driven up past the bowler by Cox. He did that to Hannon Dolby, and he's done it again to Rhodes. That was a lovely shot from the batter, just straight past the bowler. 4 more runs. Essex move on to 110 for 6.
Yeah, another lovely drive. Again, just on the onside of the stumps at the far end. And almost a carbon copy of the shot he played off Hannon Dolby in the over before last. Same result.
Rhodes bowls, and that's again driven by Cox, but that one was a lot straighter and crashes into the stumps at the non-strikers. It's clear he's trying to attack them and go on the front foot and drive them down the ground.
He's hitting it straight, isn't he?
Well, he's hit it straight, and then he's hit a couple that there's Sam Hain just in front of us at third to cut off his other scoring shot that we've seen brought him 2 boundaries in the last over, and there is no first slip. It's sort of a wide, almost third slip. He's just moved Rob Yates around to that sort of third slip position. Rhodes runs in, and that's driven by Cox up towards mid-on, but he doesn't time it as well as he did the last one, and that's fielded for no run.
Going to need a big contribution from Cox here if Essex, well, got to avoid the follow-on first of all, but if we can get anywhere near the Warwickshire first innings total.
Yes, just tinkering with the field. They like that very straight, very close in mid-on, almost on the strip and in front of the non-striker. And they've moved him in again. He wasn't there for the last couple of overs, but he's come back. As Rhodes bowls, and that's driven by Cox on the offside. He just picks up the 1 run, and he had to be quick about it because the throw was good from Davis, although it wasn't a direct hit. And at the end of that over, Essex 111 for 6.
Yeah, another lovely drive. This time the mid-off fielder had just been set back an extra 10 yards, so could run round to cut it off before it went to the boundary. 3 overs to go before tea. 111 for 6, trailed by 286. It's got a little bit darker outside now. A couple of darker clouds have just moved over from behind. Again, I don't think there's definitely not any rain in them.
Another helmet's being brought on. I wonder if we'll see that being used this over, or whether it's just to give Alex Davies another option. No, Alex Davies is going under the helmet A very short leg slip. That's an interesting position you don't see too often.
No, in close there. Got to put the helmet on. So there's a short leg slip. Short leg's just in front of the square. There's a conventional slip as well. Mid wicket, mid on, mid off. And that was turned away past that short leg slip down towards deep backward square leg for a single. Score goes to 112 for 6. Cox is on 41.
Yes, and he's got there remarkably quickly as well.
Yeah, he's 41 off 55. He started off slowly, but he's accelerated over the last 4 or 5 overs. Yates giving the ball a little bit of a shine. Number 17 on his back. And he bowls to Harmer, who half backs away and defends into the offside. And there's no run. Get through Harmer, and Warwickshire will fancy very much cleaning up this Essex side, just the other side of tee.
Yes, but the 6th wicket partnership has proved prolific in this match so far.
It has. That's what Essex will be hoping. Lovely drive through the offside, cross-batted shot really from Harmer, driven it out wide, extra cover, and throw comes in, and a couple of runs to the total, fielded in the deep there. 114 for 6. Harmer is 6 off 20.
Yes, he found the gap nicely there, but he didn't quite time it well enough to send it all the way to the boundary rope.
Yates in again. Bowls full of length. This one's just turned away into the leg side, short mid-wicket fields, and there's no run. Yates rolls up his sleeves. Moves in again, gives it some air, driven. The fielder at mid-off will stop any more than just the single. A run to the total, 115 for 6. And Harmer moves to 7. Yates licks his fingers. Skips in again, bowls down the leg side. That gets caught up in something as Cox tries to help it down towards a long leg. Doesn't get anything on it, probably just got caught up in his gloves and shirt, but that is the end of the over. Essex are 115 for 6, and they trail by plenty on that first innings total by Warwickshire of 397.
It's just on the verge of the tea break now, and I think their aim has to be to get through to it without the loss of any more runs. Or any more wickets, sorry, they'd like some more runs.
Yeah, definitely would like some more runs. Plenty of them as well.
Will Rhodes just waiting for the batter to get set. Simon Harmer taking his time, Rhodes with ball in hand at the Graham Gooch end. And there's a fielder in catching position on the off and the onside. That's bowled very, very full and just defended out by Simon Harmer. He's bowled all right, Will Rhodes, 5.1 overs so far, 21 runs without any wickets, but I guess his job is just to sort of keep things tight and try and put the pressure on. From what Clive was saying, he's not a out-and-out seamer. It's obviously bats number 3.
Yeah, the quicks have got to rest up at some point. They'll go again after tea.
Rhodes in bowls, and that's just defended straight back down the pitch for no run by Harmer. Up to Alex Davies, who's tinkered with his field continuously throughout the innings so far and looked to keep the batters guessing. Got a shortish mid-wicket and a shortish cover, both just sort of on that third strip, but will, at least the short cover will be in the batter's eye line as Rhodes bowls, and that's just turned past short mid-wicket. Shortish mid-wicket out to mid-on for no run. Harmer's on just 7 runs of this partnership, but it has been already an important partnership for Essex so far. Rhodes just making the way back to the top of his mark. Right arm over the wicket, and that's pushed out by Harmer, who looks to try and get off the mark, but it's straight to Bethel at point, and he has yet to score this over.
Ship creeping up, coming towards the 40 mark now.
Alex Davies just moving himself into a catching position on the offside, the sort of shortish cover and shortish mid-off there as Rhodes bowls, and that's defended straight back up the pitch again for no run. That was well stopped by the fielder at mid-on, getting round and making that key stop to keep the run rate down and the pressure on the Essex pair. I think that was Hannon Dolby out there, but it's quite difficult to see. Rhodes with just stands at the top of his mark, runs in and bowls, and that's defended again by Harmer straight back to the bowler for no run at the end of that over. Essex 115 for 6.
Yep.
A maiden over from Rhodes, his first of the match so far from his 6 overs.
Yep, a long way to go for Essex in this match. But as we saw yesterday from Warwickshire, just because you're 6 down for not many on the board doesn't mean you can't make a decent total, but it's going to require a lot of application from these two out in the middle from here on in. Can't afford too many mistakes, if any, if they're to get anywhere near the Warwickshire total. 115 for 6. Yates continuing. And he moves in now. Bowls. That's pulled away in the air. Assuming that's going to go for 6. Can't see at all. Away into the leg side. He got a lot of it. Yep, just confirming that. That's a deep, long boundary. And he's got a large chunk of that as Jordan Cox. And it's gone all the way for 6 runs.
It didn't drop too far over the boundary. I saw it sort of fall in the last few yards as it crashed into the sort of barriers and back out. It's not very far away from the boundary's edge. And actually, there's just a few questions being asked. I wonder if it's hit someone, actually. And I think it actually has. Seems to be someone walking over to someone in the crowd.
Yeah, there's a bit of movement.
And medics making their way over as well.
Hopefully they're
and
okay.
no, they're waving more medical staff over. This looks to be something a little bit more serious than potentially first thought. There's a medical bag being run over and liaisons between the dressing room and that particular section just in front of the pavilion over to our right. I think play is... I wonder if play will continue, as someone is definitely receiving a medical treatment down there in front of the pavilion.
I think play is going to continue. They're just checking to make sure it's nothing more serious than a little bit of a bang on something, and they are playing on. Here comes Yates into Cox. Oh, pulled off. Ooh. And this time he takes out the man at short leg, and that is painful. I don't know where that hit him, but short leg's no more than about 5 yards away. It's hit him on the back of the helmet, so we're going to have another stop in play here. And Jordan Cox is doing a bit of damage out there. First to a spectator in the crowd, and now to the man standing at short leg, and it's hit the fielder.
And it was nice from Cox to go over and to him and give him an arm around the shoulder and check that he's all right, because no batter intends to do that, but he has been hit. So there's a lot of medical attention in the crowd and one in the centre of the pitch at the moment.
Yeah.
As, yes, the fielder at short leg just holding the back of his head. And I wonder if, given that we're on the brink of tea, he might just come at least out of that position while they take a look. But they've got to do, obviously, their concussion checks, and rightly so.
Yeah, I wonder if they might actually just take him off.
I think so. I wonder if you can tell me from the replay just quite how hard he was hit, because I can't actually see the screen from my position.
They're not showing the replay at the moment, but that looked quite painful.
It did. It looked like it was hit really hard, right straight at him, and he was holding the back of his head. So you wonder. I mean, at the very least, it's a new helmet. I'm sure that one's cracked.
Jordan Cox just putting his arm around it at the moment. I think surely he's got to go off just to have an assessment. But
I thought that any head impact warranted a mandatory concussion assessment, but obviously
he's going off.
He is, yeah.
Yeah, it's the right decision. That was hit hard. He's okay. So I'm trying to actually see who the fielder is. Clive, do you know the fielder? Sam Hain. So the man who's taken 2 fabulous catches in this match so far is just going to go off and get a HIA protocol and get tested for concussion.
Yes, going off to applause is Sam Hain, who's rubbing the back of his head, so it's definitely hurt him, or at least done some damage. The medical staff just holding the his helmet, probably using that to assess how much damage was done and how much of the shock was absorbed. But yes, that's never what you want to see.
Yeah, I mean, the helmet's done its job, but you know, even if it's not sore, which I presume it probably is, it's the shock of getting hit by a rock hard cricket ball from about 5 yards away. And as you were saying, Jordan Cox got all of that.
All of that, and then you could tell he himself was quite worried about it, because he went straight over to Sam Hain with an arm around his shoulder just to check he was all right.
Yeah.
And Alex Davies has elected to keep himself at a shortish leg slip with the helmet on, rather than move to where Hain was at short leg.
Yates bowls, and this time Cox covers up. And there's no run. So we have only midway through this over, a bit of a delay to get towards tee. As Yates bowls again, reverse sweep this time, and he's bowled. And he's bowled. So Cox, after smashing a ball into the crowd for 6th, hitting a fielder flush at short leg a couple of balls ago, defends the next one, and now is out trying to reverse sweep, and that is tee.
Yes, a lot of action just on the stroke of tee there. We've seen, we just hope from our point of view that Sam Hain will be all right to play a further role in this match, and that he wasn't hurt by that from Jordan Cox, who, smashed one into the crowd and potentially caused a slight medical emergency there, and then smashed one straight to Sam Hain at short leg, and was out next ball for a well hit 47. Couldn't quite do the rebuilding job that Warwickshire did for their 7th wicket, but it was still exactly what Essex needed, and he's definitely played a role in becoming their top scorer so far.
Yep, excellent. So join us again in about 20 minutes time. Essex will resume on 121 for 7 in deep trouble, trailing by 276. And as I said, about 20 minutes time for the final session of day 2.
great surprise, they won't rush him out. He seemed to be okay after being hit on the back of the helmet at short leg, but I would think they'll get him to put his feet up for the rest of the day. Just make sure he's okay. So Jake Lintos, who made a rare championship appearance on this ground last season, will be on the field, I would imagine, for the rest of the innings, however long that is. And Shane Snater's a new batter because a wicket fell just before tea. Well, it's always easy to say when it goes wrong. It looks like a strange decision. Jordan Cox going for a reverse sweep slog in the over before tea and giving Rob Yates his latest wicket. So Rob Yates' 12th wicket of the season. He was only a very occasional bowler really before this season. He's been used a lot this campaign. So he will complete his over. Just complete this over for Rob Yates and a slip and a leg slip. I think from memory there were 2 balls to go, but in he comes to bowl, and that's Rap Snater on the pads going well down the leg side. No need for Snater to play at that. And Michael Ray appears to be preparing to come on. Hasn't bowled for a while after a impressive opening spells. Give that a bit of air, has Yates, and actually has found the outside edge of Snater, but well wide of the slip, so he's going to get 2 runs for that, and it's 123 for 7.
Yep. Oh, it's a long way back for Essex at the moment, isn't it?
It is.
Long way.
Warwickshire have, the last 2 or 3 years, sometimes struggled to finish teams off, trying to throw you a
Yeah, throw me a bone.
bone there. Yeah. They have been held up by, like wicket stands, they were held up by a century stand for the 8th wicket against Surrey, which really turned the game away from them. 155 stand, in fact, for the 8th wicket. Century stands for the 7th wicket this season as well for Durham against Warwickshire. So that's all you need, 155 stand for this 8th wicket.
Just that.
We
Easy.
be back in it. Interesting that Michael Ray is going to bowl from the opposite end, the one that he bowled this morning. He's going to bowl from the, there's a Graham Gooch end these days.
Apparently so, yes. And here comes Michael Ray with his headband on up to the stumps bowls, and Harmer defends into the leg side, and there's no run.
We have become a little bit more imaginative of end names, haven't we, the days? Well, there's a pavilion there, so that's the pavilion end, or there's a river there, so that's the river end. Given names these days, although it's still the pavilion end, I think, at Edgbaston. They have changed what used to be known as the city end in recent years to the Birmingham end.
Same thing though, just different name. Here comes Ray up to the stumps bowls. That's off the pads into the leg side. There's just going to be a single deep mid wickets out there. That's a short boundary on the community stand side of the ground. Just 1 run to the total, 124 for 7.
Yeah, much as I can constantly rant about calling the team the Birmingham Bears, which I take great exception to, I don't actually have a problem with them calling it the Birmingham End, because City End could be almost anywhere in the world. The Birmingham End can only be at Edgbaston or Alabama, I suppose.
2 slips in as Ray comes up to the crease, bowls, and on his toes, driven by Snater. No timing, man at cover fields, and there's no run.
So I'm quite happy with the Birmingham End. Some people are chanted about it a bit, I guess, just because they were so used to calling it the City End. Didn't want it changed, but I think it's fairly well established now.
Yeah. Tradition's hard to let go of sometimes.
Sometimes rightly, sometimes wrongly.
Yeah. Ray, elbows jutting out as he runs up to the stumps, bowls. That's quick down the leg side. Snater doesn't get any bat on it, I don't think. I think it's going to go for 4 runs off the pads. It is 128.47. Every little bit needed for Essex.
Yeah, accuracy hasn't always been there for Michael Ray, but he has bowled with a bit of pace and a bit of zip. Much older ball now, of course. So, interesting to see if he can generate as much in this spell.
Ray starting his run up now. Lovely late summer's evening as that's driven back to the hands of the bowler, and there's no run. Sorry, I'd say late afternoon, summery evening. Beautiful temperature out there, not too warm, not too cold. Even when it goes behind the cloud, it's still quite pleasant. Doesn't seem so long ago, all shivering in duffel coats and scarves. Seems like summer has finally arrived. Ray in, short, pulled away. It's along the ground though. It'll be fielded down at deep square, long leg for a single. 129 for 7. That's the end of the over.
Yeah, we have the heaters out in the Edgerton commentary box in a couple of games. It does get quite nippy there when it's cold. No such problem here.
I don't think I've commentated from Edgbaston since I've had the new stand built. Are you up in the...
We're in the presser on the 4th floor, we're on the 3rd floor. Yeah, it's a very good vantage point. Better than the old test match special box we used to use, where you couldn't actually see the whole field. It was particularly frustrating at times. Rob Yates to continue them. And it's bowling to Shane Snater with a slip in a leg slip, and I feel like close in it mid-on as well. He's just whipped that backward, back a square leg, but straight to Michael Ray, so he doesn't get a run.
If they manage to bowl them out before reaching the follow-on, do you think they'll make them follow on?
Good question, that. I don't know.
Sort of not in vogue, is it, anymore?
No. Rob Yates bowls, and that's played to me a big... I think it was Duncan Fletcher, wasn't it, coined the phrase that the follow-on is overrated, and of course he knows much more about cricket than me, but I kind of think that the follow-on is now rather underrated because it's not, as you say, it's not used. In this case, possibly not. Yates bowls, gives that a bit of air. As far as I know, the forecast isn't too bad for the remainder of the match. They batted first partly because I suspect they didn't want to bat last, albeit it's a hybrid pitch, so might not be such an issue. That's clipped around his pads by Snater, and he's going to get 2 runs. I thought a lot would depend on how far, if I'm getting way ahead of myself, they may well avoid the follow-on, but I think we are, it's 131 for 7 now. I think once they get beyond about 150, it's probably the margin. If it was less than that, then the margin might encourage Warwickshire to go for the follow-on. Yates bowls, it's defended, there's no run, but no, on balance, I suspect not. Alex Davis has not had that decision to make yet as captain, so I can't go on past decision making. Rob Yates bowls, and that's clipped to mid-wicket, there's no run. It can backfire not enforcing the follow-on. I remember it happened to Somerset against Warwickshire when they didn't enforce the follow-on at Taunton, and they ended up being frustrated by Warwickshire's final wicket pair in the 2nd innings and didn't win the game.
.30 overs remaining in the day. Essex trail by 266.
So 248 then is the target to take that decision away from Warwickshire.
Here comes Ray down the slope, bowls full to Harmer, defends with a straight back bat, straight back down the pitch to the bowler, and there's no run. 20 to 5 on Saturday evening. People starting to think about the night ahead. As Ray's in again. That's down the leg side. That's taken by the wicketkeeper. Nothing on it from Harmer. Tries to flick it away down that leg side. There's no run.
Bit of cloud cover now. There's one particular point black cloud actually covering the sun at the moment.
Ray in bowls, and again defended away by Harmer into the leg side this time. Mid-wicket fields, and there's no run. Trail by 266. If they did suddenly get these last 3 wickets bang, 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 then that is a real decision to make, because you're already 266 ahead.
Yeah, absolutely.
You'd almost risk, I suppose as a captain, you don't want to bat too quickly because you want to eat up a bit of time in the game, but then you don't want to bat too long where you leave yourself ruining if as it was cut backward square on the offside. That's down towards the wide third man boundary for 4 runs. Score goes to 131 for 7. Yeah, and you leave yourself not enough overs to bowl the team out, and you're left ruining it at the end of the day when you have to shake hands at 5 o'clock. So
yeah, and you also, I suppose, you have to set a target. If you don't enforce a follow on, you have to set a target of some sort. That can really go pear-shaped, but yeah, interesting one. However, shots like that, it might not be a problem.
Trial by 262. Ray in again past the umpire, but it was always inside edge onto the pads. Otherwise, I think that would have been plumb.
Yeah.
Kept low as well. It was crashing into the shins of Simon Harmer. Just heard the nick of wood. So diverted it into the pads. And there's no run. 135 for 7. Harmer 12, Snater 5. Nothing's quite gone right for Essex since just after lunch yesterday. As left alone outside the off stump by Harmer. And that's the end of the over. 29 overs remaining. Essex 135 for 7. They trail by 262. Still though, plenty of the supporters that were in here earlier stuck around, despite the fact that obviously the majority of them will be Essex supporters. Things haven't quite gone their way today.
Yes, I've seen a few Warwickshire fan supporters around. Getting decent away from it. I've bumped into 1 or 2 of them. I'm pretty happy at the moment. I don't know if it's Southampton is one of those tricky slow pitches you sometimes get there, but the Charlotte Edwards Cup match, the Blaze recovered a bit in the end thanks to Lucy Hyman. Managed to get 112 for 9 in their 20 overs. Managed to bat out their 20 overs. Kirsty Gordon, their captain, got 29. There's this one from Yates's left. There's no run, but Southern Vipers are not having it all their own way in reply. They are 49 for 3, halfway through their innings. Georgia Elvis is currently in. That one's a 4 defensive. There's no run. Yates continuing here for Warwickshire. Bowling to Shane Snater. So play back to Yates. There's no run. Leg slip a slip. Shortish mid on as Yates gives that air, and he swept at that. He's got it away just about. So, did it come off the bat? It didn't. It's gone through everything for byes. Can't have missed leg stump by much. Four byes onto the total. 139 for 7. Yates, quicker ball, clipped to square leg for no run. Those byes take extras on to 16. They're the first byes of the innings. Yates gives that one some air, and it's clipped through mid-wicket for a single by Snater. So they've got 5 on the total. That over, the 4 byes and the single, 140 for 7.
I wonder how long they'll stick with Yates from this end before they bring back some pace. Ray's going to continue from the Graham Gooch end. Formerly known as the Hayes Close end.
Were the residents of Hayes Close miffed when the name got changed?
I'm sure there was uproar, burning of effigies, that sort of thing. Well, just commonplace here around Chelmsford. Here comes Ray. 2 slips in, a short mid-wicket, a backward point, a cover mid-off, mid-on, and off his toes, or on his toes. Snater just punches up to mid-off, and there's no run. 140 for 7. It seems like a long time coming, certainly for Graham Gooch, to have an end named after him eventually. Something we should do more often, to be fair. As Ray comes in bowls, and that's defended into the offside, and there's no run. Seems like something they're a bit more reluctant to do in this country these days, but we've just got the Jimmy Anderson. Mind you, we had a few greats recently, haven't we?
Yeah.
Jimmy and Alistair. Stuart Broad got an end at Nottingham now.
I think he has,
Yeah,
yes.
yeah. Here comes Ray, down the slope, bowls and full, driven but not timed, and stopped on his follow through by Ray. 2 sweatbands on as well.
I'm inclined to think you should have to retire before you get an end named after.
It does feel a bit odd with when Jimmy Anderson was bowling from the Jimmy Anderson end, but I suppose there are exceptions to the rule. Ray in again to Snater again. He's trying to attack these deliveries. He's playing a shot a ball at the moment, but again can't quite time it to get that away. Get the feeling one's going to fly it. Just hopefully not straight out of the field or in the air.
Yeah, Warwickshire being patient. Little spells where Essex will look reasonably comfortable, but then a wicket would fall. 2 questionable decisions by the Essex batters.
Ray in, bowls. That's nicely driven, but again he's not going to beat the fielder. Felt kind of awkwardly there, but he's managed to make a stop. Yeah, I don't think that was a comfortable dive, that. Might have got his knees stuck in the turf a little bit. Can't see who that is, but he's slowly hauling himself. Yeah, he's limping away.
I think that might be Ed Barnard, who's had a couple.
Yeah,
It is Ed Barnard, in fact, yeah.
Yeah, he slid and his knees seemed to get a little bit stuck in the turf. So rather than sliding, he just came to a juddering halt. But he seems to be okay.
Sun must be in the square leg umpire's eyes because he's swapped sides.
Anyway, no run off that. 140 for 7. Ray in bowls, and that's outside edge run down towards deep backward point for a single, and it's the end of the over. 141 for 7, and what have we got? We've got 27 overs remaining in the day.
So they've had 20 since tea without any real alarms. One from Ray that beat the bat. I think that's about the only one I can think of, really. And Ray's, yeah, so it's going to be Rob Yates to continue. So sticking with spin at one end. And he'll roll to change Snater in. Glorious sunshine here now. Quicker ball. Snater goes for a sort of awkward heave, but he has got it away. It's been chased by Alex Davis. He'll get 2 runs there. And Snater moves on to 943 for 7.
He's certainly trying to take the attack to the bowlers. He hasn't quite nailed one just yet.
I wonder whether that's why they're keeping Yates on, to try and tempt Snater, see if they can get a mistake out of him. Afford to buy his wicket a little bit. That's a 4 defensive. Back to the bowler. There's no run. Blows into his hands, Rob Yates. And just altering the field. Alex Davis is. He's asking the fielder on the leg side boundary to come in not quite halfway. Yates bowls, and that's turned to square leg. Might have been a quick single there, but they decided not to risk it as Jacob Bethel swooped onto the ball. And Yates bowls because that plenty of air, and it's played into the ground. Back to Yates, who takes it well. Crisp shot for nothing, probably really cut off a mid-off anyway, in fairness. Now, mid-on is dropping back to the long-on boundary. Yates bowls, and that's turnaround, beats the dive of the leg slip, and it'll be a single down to long leg for Snater. 144 for 7. Essex needing a good session here. Warwickshire. Essex won the first session of the match. Warwickshire have won them all since then. Simmons has been made to run back and forth. He's been called back in again from the boundary to about halfway this time. That one's given plenty of air by Yates and pushed out to the offside for a single for Simon Harmer. It's on to 13, end of the over, 145 for 7.
Harmer just having a word with Snater in the middle. Trail by 252. At the moment it feels like damage limitation for Essex, but you know, slow that score starts to creep up. Put a little bit of doubt in the Warwickshire players' minds. They're a long way off that so far. Ray is going to continue from the Graham Gooch end. Trying to figure out what field to have here. Well, they've got a man down at a fine leg and deep mid wicket. 2 slips, a shortish mid wicket, mid on, mid off cover. As Ray bowls, has it taken an edge? It has, yes. A little bit of extra bounce as well, and Harmer's gone, and that's 8 wickets down now for Essex. Decent length, leapt off a nasty bit of the pitch, and Harmer can only edge it through to the wicket-keeper. So that's 8 wickets down now for Essex. Harmer goes for 13, caught behind off the bowling of Ray. No less than he's deserved, and Essex are 145 for 8. Sliding to a heavy first innings deficit.
Oh, Ray's second wicket for Warwickshire. Looked decent, Ray. It's a good find for Warwickshire. Desperately needed somebody to shore up an attack, which is racked by injuries and absences. And I don't know how many games he'll play for Warwickshire, but He's doing a job while he's out there. So we've now had 12 wickets fall today for 234 runs. Warwickshire resumed on 308 for 6. Lost Michael Burgess pretty early on for 108 to Shane Snater, but continued to prosper with Ed Barnard batting really well. He had a couple of sixes. He was last out for 165. Caught in the deep off Matt Critchley. Before then, Shay Simmons on first class debut made 17, and Michael Ray 16. Both bowled by Simon Harmer, trying to sweep him. Ollie Handorby finished 2 not out. Warwickshire out for 397. Harmer finished 3 for 93. Snater 3 for 58. Essex in trouble really for the start. Farouz Kushi rather gave his away, hitting Ray straight to Jacob Bethel at mid-on for 10. Crucial wicket of Dean Elgar, really good slip catch from Sam Hain off Ollie Handorby. Elgar gone for 15, 34 for 2. And then Tom Wesson, another big wicket. He just pulled Simmons straight to Sam Hain to give Simmons his maiden first-class wicket. Wesley gone for 5. And then 2 in 2 balls for Simmons. Nick Brown for 19 and Matt Critchley first ball, both caught behind. Michael Pepper's caught behind of Ollie Handorby for 10. Jordan Cox trying to reverse sweep. Slog was bowled by Robbie Yates for a brisk 47, 7 fours and 1 6. And now Simon Harmer caught behind off Ray, so 4 catches behind the stumps now for Michael Burgess.
Ray in, bowling to the new man Cook, who defends into the offside, and there's no run. Cook's a couple of handy innings so far. This is mainly as night watchman for Essex.
Well, that's the thing about the modern game, isn't it? You haven't really got them all out until the 10th wicket goes these days. There used to be a time when you got them 7 down, you'd think you're nearly there, but not quite the way it is these days.
Well, Essex 145 for 8, so Warwickshire just a couple of wickets away from a big first innings lead, trailed by 252 to Essex at the moment. 2 slips down, he's got a leg slip as well as Ray bowls, and on his toes, Cook just pushes it out into the offside, and there's no run.
Yeah, I don't want to get ahead of myself, but the 2 wickets were to fall quickly. It might be a factor that Warwickshire might want to give their bowlers a chance to rest a bit rather than get them straight out there again at the end of the day. In terms of the follow-on, they certainly have plenty of time to try and establish a formidable target.
Ray coming in past the umpire, bowls, or it's flipped away to the leg side. I don't think that's taken the bat. It's popped up down towards the man who comes in from short fine leg, and there's no run.
Durham all out against Lancashire. Decent first innings lead for Lancashire of 121 at Blackpool. That's what comes when you play a rookie like Ben Stokes in your team. Let's have a look at that Durham innings. Stokes was out cheaply all the way.
Ray in again, short legs in after that last shot, as that one's dabbed down towards the man at backward point who runs round. It's Simmons with the fielding. Go through for a single though, 146 for 8.
Yeah, David Benningham seemingly fighting a bit of a lone battle there for Durham. He made 101, and the next highest score was 24. 5 for 41 for Tom Aspinall, and 4 for 59 for certain Nathan Lyon. Tom Aspinall's one I've not come across. Looks like a local lad, 20-year-old, so good effort from him today. In fact, it's his first class debut. There we go.
Ray in, oh, nice drive, and that's going to go for 4 runs. Finally, he's got hold of one, Snater. I think it might have come off the hill a little bit of, seemed to divert somewhat, not quite on a right angle, but straightened up as it went through Sam Cook's legs. All the way for 4, and to end the over, that's the 150 up for Essex as well. 150 for 8, 25 overs remaining in the day.
Correction, it's his second first-class match. He made his first-class debut against Surrey, scored naught and didn't bowl, but he's had a good game today, Tom Aspinall. Yeah, that was a good shot, and Essex need a few more of those. Of course, they're still 100 runs away from getting a bonus point. There's a danger if they do lose this match. They could end up with just 2 points from it, which would be very damaging, particularly to their championship ambitions. Rob Yates bowls, and that's pushed down the pitch for no run. Indeed, 2 defeats in a row would also be hugely damaging to. And we're a long way to go in this match, but if that were to happen, that really would stall Essex's hopes. Pushes that to the offside as Cook, who moves on to 1. Yates it's back to the boundary. Nobody's coming and going, Jay Simmons. Where do you want me? He's dropping mid-on back to long on as well. I think he fancies that Snater might have a go here. Or possibly they're quite keen to get the new batter on strike anyway. Comes into bowl to Snater, who does have a go, but all along the ground, and he'll get a single to long on. Field moves around again. Really good bowling performance by Warwickshire so far. Now attack with Bond up. 2 new players in. What would be like? Lots of players missing. Job not yet done, but so far so good. New helmets come on. Bits of equipment are flying everywhere. Dan Mosey's going to go in. Alex Davis is boldly going in the position where Sam Hain was hit earlier. And Yates, quicker balls, defended solidly by Cook for no run. Yates hit on the back of the helmet, it looked like, fielding it short leg, full-blooded shot by Cox. Has been off the field since then. He did walk off though, so we're hopeful. We'll get news at the end of the day, but hopeful it's just precautionary. That's defended down the pitch for no run. And field spreads out again. I sort of wanted to keep Cook on strike. Yates comes into bowl, and that wraps his thigh pad and rolls away to point for no run. We've got 24 overs remaining in the day.
Do you want to take a breather for 8 overs? Thanks, Clive. Back in 8 overs time. We should have a clearer idea of what Warwickshire plan to do in terms of their second innings, I presume. Oh, you got a little bit caught up there. It's not the Krypton factor. And he's out. Good stuff. I think Ray is going to continue from the Graham Gooch end. Deep with wicket, fine leg back. No one deep in the offside, I can't see. Unless there's a third man hidden away. There might be a third man hidden away. 2 slips in as Ray bowls and clipped away into the offside. Yeah, there was a third man hidden away out of our sight. Simmons, who's covered a lot of yards today, comes into field. A couple of runs to the total. And the score moves to 152 for 8. Sonia Trigg, welcome back.
Thank you.
Essex in a bit of a desperate position.
Yes, I think any likely chance of avoiding the prospect of a follow-on is probably well and truly gone. Needing to reach 248 for that.
Ray in again, and again attacking shot by Snater. Thinks about not going for the single, but then decides to take it. And Score moves on to 155. My apologies, the screen to our right is completely frozen up, so I'm having to use the other screen. 150. I think that should be 156 for 8.
That one's usually better than that one, which we can see through our window, which takes a while. And the one that is the most accurate is the one that we can't see, which is round the corner to our left.
We have 3 different scores. A frozen screen on 150 for 8, 155 for 8. Okay, it looks like it is 155 for 8. As Cook waits, Simmons has come up towards backward point from third man. Ray bowls, and that's on the pads into the leg side, just short of the man at short leg. Did come off an inside edge.
Yes, it was a good dive in the end from Alex Davies, but he's not quite got the reach to be able to get there, I think, although it would have been a tough ask for any player. But he's not a particularly tall player, I think it's fair to say, and that was just out of his reach.
Sam Hain, who's off the field, is taller. He might have got a little bit closer to that. He's actually moved in, I reckon, a step or two closer.
Maybe he was just a bit wary, having seen what happened to his teammate.
Yeah, absolutely. Whack on the head. Here comes Ray, and again that has flipped in the air, but this time over the top and down towards deep mid wicket for a single. So safe shot, 156 for 8, and Cook goes to 3. And the pace just unsettling Cook a little bit there.
Yeah, he didn't look entirely comfortable playing that one. But
this could be interesting.
Davies is running away with his helmet
Yeah,
still
I
on.
was going to say, yeah, I've not seen that before. To speed things up, Davies is keeping his helmet on, fielding at mid-off.
Yep. Not sure mid-off really. You almost hope that catch doesn't go to him, because with the helmet it'd be really difficult for him to see.
Here comes Ray in bowls. Oh, that kept low as well. I think that was a thick bottom edge, potentially onto his pads and out into the offside. And there's no run. And Snater doing a bit of protection here for Cook, because I think he might have been able to take a single there. But decided not to. Davies now holding his helmet. Just having a chat to Ray. Some conflabs about field positions. What are they changing now? So mid-wicket's coming in. In fact, everyone's coming in. Is this the last ball of the over? Yeah, it is. Try and keep Cook on strike.
Davies puts the helmet back on.
Can never be too careful, even at mid-off. Here comes Ray. Oh, that's full. And try the Yorker. Double bluff for Snater. And he keeps it out, though. He's equal to it. And that is the end of the over. 156 for 8. Essex trail by 241.
Yes, it's just a slightly comical look of the slightly diminutive figure of Alex Davies still under a helmet at mid-off.
Yeah, it looks a bit strange in the outfield, doesn't it?
No disrespect to Alex Davies, but it does almost look like he's got sort of like a child's been put there and given a helmet just in case.
Yep.
Obviously not the case for the Warwickshire captain, who's directing his field. And he will go under the lid himself at short leg slip to the bowling of Rob Yates from the Sir Alistair Cook end. There's a leg slip in place. I can't quite see who's under the lid there at leg slip at short leg. It's Davies at leg slip. And there's a fielder catching at shortish mid wicket as Yates bowls, and that's just tucked into the leg side along the ground and fielded by Simmons, who seems to have been pretty much everywhere in the field today.
Yeah. He's had a good day. Nice little turn with the bat, 3 wickets and plenty to do in the field.
Yates' right arm over the wicket, and that's tucked away by the batter into the leg side. That's not going to go all the way. That was well stopped by a diving Che Simmons to keep the runs down to 3. And it was relatively well played by Shane Snater, that. Sam Cook, I think that was it, just tucked it behind. And Davies comes out from, well, they've taken the short leg out. Davies is going to go into a catching position at shortish mid-wicket, but they've kept that leg slip in for Snater. As Yates bowls, Snater tries to turn that round the corner. It won't bring a run because the field from fine leg has just come up into the edge of what would be the ring in white ball cricket. And Warwickshire just trying to manipulate the last couple of wickets here and have a go with the bat before the close of play. Yates in bowls, and that's driven up towards long on by Snater. He will pick up the run. It goes past Alex Davies there, quite close to the bat, and then we'll have another. And at the end of that over, Essex 160 for 8, Snater on 19 and Cook on 6.
I think there's still another ball to go.
There is. I got confused by the umpires moving around there.
That's right. I think there's actually 2 balls to go.
Davies going into leg slip. Yates bowls, and that has been given. Well, I tell you that Cook was not having any of that. He stood there angrily staring down the umpire, but it doesn't matter. He has to depart for just 6, and Essex are in all sorts of trouble here. Yates has a scalp. I think that was just caught by short leg.
Yeah, it certainly was.
Mosley at short leg.
Yeah, it was a simple catch, just popped up. Don't get too many easier than that, and Essex innings slowly crumbling away here. Still trailed by 237, and then it just comes down to Davies and the Warwickshire camp as to whether they enforce that follow-on. Can't imagine Jamie Porter's going to hang around for too long. Essex sliding away, 160 for 9. Not been their finest 24 hours in the field.
No, and with after the loss of Jordan Cox, it just looked like the innings was sort of a foregone conclusion. He made a well struck 47 and looks to try and take the attack back to Warwickshire, but he couldn't manage to push on, and it was obviously the ball after he had hit Sam Hain in the back of the head with a pull shot that he went for a big sweep and was bowled. And as Jamie Porter makes his way to the crease, it just remains to be seen how many Essex can put on. I wonder what they'll do here, whether they'll try and attack or just try and see it out as long as they can. It's a bit of a difficult position for these two.
Yeah, I mean, Snater will try and play his shots. He's been trying to play his shots all the time he's been out there, just hasn't timed as many as he'd like.
Yates will have, I think, one more from this over, and then it will be probably, you'd think, over to the seamers with the last wicket due to fall.
I suppose if you're going to try and be positive about it, the best chance of Essex winning this game is get Warwickshire back in and hope they collapse in the 3rd innings and give themselves enough time to chase down whatever is left, run about 400, but whether that happens or not is another thing.
Davies will stay at leg slip, short leg, catcher at mid-wicket as well, and the field otherwise is pretty spread, so I think they're expecting Porter to go for it, or at least encouraging Porter to go for it and get on strike for the next over. Yates in bowls, and that's just defended straight back down the pitch by Porter for no run, so it'll be Snater to face, and Essex 160 for 9 now.
Yeah, Rob Yates has done a decent job as well, 2 for 27 off 8 overs. He's bowled tidily. Only really Jordan Cox got after him, and he eventually perished, trying to go for one big shot too many. Sun back out here at the county ground. Lovely early evening.
And if you're a lower order batter, what you don't want to see is Chase Simmons with his cap off and heading back to the top of his mark.
Yeah. He bowled very, very well earlier today, taking his 3 wickets. He is 3 for 10 off 6, including 2 maidens so far. So he's bowled aggressively with pace. He's got the ball in the right areas, so he's bowled accurately. And he really did unsettle that middle order for Essex, ripped the heart out of it. Can he finish the job here for Warwickshire? Essex 160 for 9. Snater's there on 19. And he is on strike. As Chase Simmons goes through some warm-ups. And he's moving in now to Snater, who flips the other way down the leg side. Has he got enough air? Oh, he just drops in front of the fielder. Takes a little spin off the turf, but he just in time. It's Hannon Dolby that started limping away, but I think he was just having a little bit of a laugh with his teammates. I thought he might have done himself some damage there as he tried to turn to pick that up, but they won't take a run anyway. So Snater has decided that it's either boundary or nothing.
Yeah, we've got 21 overs left in the day, so I never go out early, but anyway, there's a decision for Warwickshire County.
Jay Williams, Jay Simmons up to the stumps, bowls, and Snater drives down the ground. Davies fielding it long off.
This is that slightly farcical point where there's so many runs on offer that are just being turned down by Snater. All the fielders, other than one slip, are on the boundary or 10 or a few yards off it, just encouraging him to try and move on and have a go at Porter. And Simmons' figures might get a little bit of flattery here.
Simmons in again, bowls that flipped away to the leg side. They do take a run. Can I get back for a second run? Fielders on the ground. Throw comes in, and they get in just in time. It's actually a good throw because the fielder was still on his knees when he threw that. Threw it at the non-striker's end, but Porter got back comfortably, even though Simmons whipped off the bails, and 2 runs to the total, 162 for 9.
Yes, they'll just want to keep those options down and be as quick as they can to cut off any chance of a single or carve a run out from it.
Simmons in again to Snater, who defends into the offside this time. Think about taking the single, but decide not to.
This is almost the opposite to Warwickshire, who didn't turn down any singles and just tried to put as many runs as they could and said, you know what, if it's a lower order batter, it doesn't matter, we'll still back them to perform at the crease or at least hang around for as long as they can. And Essex decidedly not doing that, and instead it's Snater who's going to have to bear the brunt of whatever they've got here. But the field is coming in as we near the end of the over, and they try and halt single and have a go at Jamie Porter from the other end.
Another conversation with Davis about field positions.
Okay, well, yeah, it's an interesting experience going to Oxford, yeah.
Simmons.
Yes. Well, it was
Coming in now, just the one slip in to Snater, who attempts to pull it down the leg side, doesn't get anything on it. It's fielded by the wicketkeeper, there's no run, so just the one ball left in the over. Somehow Snater's got to try and manufacture a single here. All 3, but a single will do.
He doesn't try and really get anything on that either. He sort of stuck his bat out, but he was decidedly more trying to get out the way, I think, of that bouncer from Simmons, who has one more bouncing option. Slip has just come out.
Here comes Simmons, past the umpire, bowls, and that is a bouncer, and almost dragged it onto his own stumps. They decide not to take a single, and that's actually well fielded all round there. Keeper whipped off his glove straight away, tumbled to take the stop, and then threw it back to the bowler and prevented the single. So Cook will be on strike at the start of the next over. See if they go for pace or stick with Yates, who's bowled pretty well for Warwickshire. 162 for 9.
Well, Yates clearly thinks it's going to be him because he's got his cap off and heading towards the umpire. So I wonder if they're going to just stick with spin, but try and ask some questions of Porter. Yes, there's a waiting Mosley at short leg and Alex Davies at leg slip as they wait for the delivery of helmets that have been residing behind Pepper. There's also a catcher at mid-wicket, and all the other players are within the ring as Yates bowls, and that's defended straight back down to the bowler for no run. They're definitely trying to keep Porter on strike here. The only real gap in the field that I can see is through a vacant backward point, and that's quite difficult to get the spinner away to. As Yates bowls, and he's gone. That was a very ill-judged leave from Porter, who makes a big stride forward, bat in the air, and the ball just crashes straight into the stumps. Essex are all out for 162.
Yeah, couldn't have made a much worse leave than that. Crashed into.
Sam Hain did one yesterday where he also took a big stride forward and it went back to crash into the stumps.
In the same club then. So Essex finished their innings 162 all out, trailed by 235. We'll be back in 10 minutes time when we'll find out whether Essex will be batting again or whether Warwickshire decide to take their second innings. Join us again in 10 minutes time. And welcome back to the county ground in Chelmsford for should be the last 18 overs of the day. So Warwickshire have elected to bat again. Essex were 162 all out in their first innings. So Warwickshire have a lead of 235, a handsome lead. So look to crack on with it tonight, tomorrow morning, and probably part of the way through the afternoon session. Try and get that lead up to somewhere around 500, I would have thought.
Yes, you would, wouldn't you? It's it'll be an interesting to see how Warwickshire navigate this particular passage of play, because they've got quite a few overs, so they're not just going to want to hang around and sort of poke the ball around. They're going to actually want to get really on top of this game, which they have a chance to do so.
So, for the last hour and a bit, it's myself, David Brett, Sonia Twigg, and in about 15 minutes' time, Clive Eakin will join as well. It's going to be Sam Cook from the Graham Gooch end. 2 slips in, backward point, a short cover, a cover as Cook bowls, and that's defended out into the offside for no run by Yates, who bowled pretty well at the back end of the Essex innings.
Yes, it's a tough ask for Yates because he bowled a reasonable amount and now he's got to go out bat in hand, but I'm sure he's more than used to it.
Buoyed by a couple of wickets, sorry, 3 wickets actually. Did really well, as did Chase Simmons on his debut for Warwickshire. Essex a long way behind as Cook comes in, bowls to Yates, who defends into the leg side, and there's no run. So always quite useful if you've got a couple of strings to your bow. Not too many runs in the first innings, but got 3 wickets and he can go again in the second in a very comfortable position for Warwickshire, a lead of 235.
Yes, a very healthy lead for Warwickshire, who made the interesting decision not to enforce the follow-on.
Cook bowls, and that's flicked off the pads into the leg side. There's a chase on here for the fielder. I don't think it's going to matter though. I think it's going to run away. 4, so I can't see. Is there a fielder out
Jamie
there?
Porter has raced around and cut that off well, which he probably won't thank his fellow bowler for, as he's likely to bowl the next over.
3 runs to the total.
And we've got this left-hand, right-hand combination as well.
So 3 for no loss. Lead moves up to 238. Wonder if we'll see Harmer in action quite early on in this innings. Certainly if a wicket doesn't fall, I suspect they'll bring him on sooner rather than later. Cook down the slope bowls, that's defended up the pitch, and there is no run. Fielded at short mid wicket by Cox, I think that is.
I think that's Critchley.
Yeah, it's Critchley that's come in from mid wicket.
I think Cox is a cover.
Yep, yeah, you're quite right. Elgar and Harmer in the slips. Warwickshire 3 for no loss. Lovely evening out there, perfect temperature. As Cook bowls. Oh, that's edge gone to second slip, and that's a really sharp catch by Harmer. Not sure what shot the batsman was playing there, but Davies will rue that one. First ball, I think he tried to lift it over the slips. It was basically catching practice, but it went quite sharp, and Harmer took it as the ball was almost coming round his left-hand shoulder, and Essex make a breakthrough. 3 for 1, Davies goes for 0, and Cook's got a wicket.
Yes, that's exactly the start that Warwickshire didn't want. Davies looked furious with himself for that, but he just sort of hung his bat out there. I couldn't tell whether he was trying to run the ball off the bat down towards third or flick the ball over the slits. He sort of ended up doing neither, and as you said, it was like when you sort of play that for catching practice, and that's flown to Harmer, who's held on to that nicely.
He's got bucket hands, Harmer, but it came in quickly and adjusted his body quite nicely, actually, because I was arrowing towards his left shoulder, just twisted his body round to take the catch, and Davies goes. I suspect he'll be quite unhappy with that shot. Camera's following him into the changing rooms.
Well, he did sort of look quite frustrated with himself.
Sort of hit himself with the bat. So Essex early wicket. 238 is the lead.
And it will be Will Rhodes in at number 3, who also did a reasonable amount of bowling.
Certainly did, yeah.
2 left-handers.
Yep. Cook's going to come around the wicket to Rhodes.
You can hear the Essex crowd just trying to get behind their team after a slightly subdued afternoon session, I think it's fair to say, as far as the crowd were concerned.
Yeah, a clatter of wickets will get them going. Still just the 2 slips as Cook comes around the wicket, and Rhodes pushes at the ball defensively into the offside, and that's the end of the over. So a wicket from it. Davis for naught, caught behind by Simon Harmer off the bowling of Sam Cook for naught, and Essex have Warwickshire 3 for 1 at the start of their second innings.
Yes, that's just what Essex will have wanted at the start of this innings, having been so far behind the game. If they want to be able, I mean, there's plenty of time left in the game. If they can get them out cheaply, they have a lot of time to mount their chase. As Porter has ball in hand from the Sir Alistair Cook end and will be bowling to Rob Yates, who has 3 runs to his name so far. Warwickshire 3 for 1 after the first over. It's a relatively spread field, just 2 in the slips. And a catcher at sort of cover, but quite close, but 4th strip at cover, as Porter just goes through his little warm-up routine. And Yates is ready at the crease. Porter will come around the wicket to the left-hander, bowls, and that's fended, soft hands down towards third man. There's no fielder out there, so he will pick up 2 runs for that, and that moves the total on to 5.
Again, the ball just slowing off, so it is still a slow outfield. Obviously, plenty of wet weather over the last few weeks, months even. The ground's still quite moist.
Which is surprising if you consider the weather over the last couple of days, but clearly it hasn't dried up underneath quite that quickly. As Porter runs in again, bowls, and that's driven well by Yates into the vacant gap between point and cover, and it's racing away towards the boundary, but it's just going to stop before it gets there. That was slightly inexplicable. He timed that perfectly, and it stopped about 2 yards from the boundary rope. He will have 3 runs for that, but again, it's another occasion of really sweetly timed shots, just not bringing the boundaries that you would expect.
Yeah, it's still probably quite heavy underfoot. If you go out walking in the fields around Essex at the moment, it's still pretty boggy in most places.
Well, Essex is quite flat and low-lying, isn't it? So
the ground hasn't yet hardened after that soggy winter. On the plus side, we've got lush green outfields, which is always nice to see.
yes, there was that summer just after COVID, wasn't there, where it was all the grass in London seemed to be brown. Porter runs in, bowls, and that's turned off his hip by Yates, and that will be at least another single, if not another. No, it will be another couple. It was well stopped by the fielder. I would think that's Sam Cook down there, who had to dive full stretch to stop that crossing the rope, and he keeps it down to just 2.
Yeah, a bit of a loose start from Jamie Porter.
Uncharacteristically, in the first innings, we saw the offside field so stacked and no one in on the leg side, just because that was how much confidence Wesley had in his bowler as Porter bowls, and that's just watched through by Yates to wicketkeeper Michael Pepper for no run.
Better from Porter. He'll find his range. Warwickshire 10 for 1. 7 off the over so far.
10 for 1, but with a very healthy lead as well.
Yeah, 245 is the lead.
As Porter turns at the top of his mark, runs in, and Yates just defends that into leg side, where it's fielded by Kushi for no run.
Even halfway through the game yet.
No, we're not, but it feels like we are.
Yeah. Essex a long way behind.
Still a long way to go, and who knows what we'll be saying at close of play. We expect there to be about another 45 minutes or so here at Chelmsford. Porter round the wicket to Yates, who just pulls his bat out of the way at the last minute there, and at the end of that over, Warwickshire 10 for 1.
Tell you what, that looked pretty close from up here, but there was no oohs and ahs from the fielders. Potentially not as close as it looked from up here. But Warwickshire 10 for 1. Yates 8 off of 5. Rhodes 2 off of 5. And it'll be Rhodes on strike at the start of the next over, which will be delivered by Sam Cook. Sorry, Yates. Sorry. I meant Yates, obviously. Here comes Cook bowls, and that's defended back to the bowler. And
Yes.
there's no run.
Just a few little birds hopping around on the outfield in front of us. A nice change from the pigeons that we saw earlier.
Yeah, pigeons were dive bombing the crowd's leftovers.
Yes, I think they're just looking for sort of grass seed and things. But you don't want them to get in the way of a cricket ball. There's a few gathering there.
No, I think that'll be a slightly unfair contest. Here comes Cook. Round the wicket to Yates. 2 slips in and a backward point. And that's defended out into the offside. And there's no run.
Yes, Warwickshire just have to navigate this period before the end of play. They won't want to lose too many wickets, and they'll be quite cautious against that, and they'll want to go at this Essex attack when they've had another night's sleep and a bit of rest, I think. Although they haven't spent all day in the field, it was a relatively warm afternoon session. I'm sure it will have taken it out of some of them.
Still 15 overs plus these 4 deliveries left in the day as Cook comes down the slope and he bowls, and that's again defended into the offside. And there's no run. No real rush either from Warwickshire, given how big their lead is. 2:45 at the moment.
Yes, it's, I'm slightly surprised that Essex haven't gone for a more attacking field. I know they've got to conserve the run rate, but they also want to take wickets, and I think it will come down to wickets more than anything else.
Cook moving in past the umpire, right arm round to the right, left-handed Yates, who just turns it off the pads down towards fine leg for a single. 11 for 1. I think they're just trying to strike that delicate balance here where they want Warwickshire to eat up some balls but give themselves a chance of taking a wicket. And that means it feels a little bit in out the way it's spread. Essex at the moment, Essex's only real hope of getting something out of this game is for Warwickshire to bat on for too long. Porter in bowls, what turns Rhodes around, and it goes out into the offside for a single. 12 for 1.
Yes, they're just sort of finding these like nice little gaps because the field's not particularly close or mounting pressure. So there's quite a lot of places that they don't have to necessarily try and hit the boundaries, especially from Cook and Porter. They can just sort of push it into a gap and keep the scoreboard moving, which is what they want as the lead extends to 247.
Comes Cook again. Moves in, bowls to Yates, who thinks about playing at that, and then pulls his bat out of the way, and that's through to the wicketkeeper, and that's the end of the over. 15 overs remaining. Warwickshire 12 for 1, lead of 247. Some of the Essex supporters just starting to filter away. Seen enough for the day.
That always happens in the last over play, doesn't it? Or last hour or so, people just trickle off home and got other things to attend to on a Saturday evening. Might have dinner plans.
Yeah. Could well do. Very sophisticated around here. A few dinner parties probably.
Yes, but that doesn't backfire on them, Robert.
I'm sure there's nice places in Chelmsford to get dinner.
Oh, plenty.
I have to admit, haven't really experienced Chelmsford. I've walked between the station and here, and that's about it. As Porter is in round the wicket, and that's just watched by Yates, Rhodes through to the wicketkeeper for no run.
Then you haven't experienced Chelmsford. Clive was on the was out last night, trying to avoid not going into clubs and bars.
I've spent a week in Taunton. That was an experience in itself. I went for some nice runs in the meadows. That's mostly what I did in Taunton. As Porter bowls again, and that's driven by Rhodes, but straight to the fielder, Tom Wesley, at mid-off. Taunton's a bit different. I imagine there are places, a few more places in Chelmsford that serve food after, and don't say that their last orders were at 7:30.
Different world down in Taunton.
It is a different world down in Taunton. It's very pretty though.
Oh yeah, beautiful.
It's just quite different to my usual haunts of central London as Porter's in bowls, and that's just turned off the face of the bat by Rhodes, but straight to backward point. Wesley gives a go at shining the ball, but we haven't seen a huge amount of movement from any of the bowlers so far in this match.
No, looks pretty gun barrel straight, doesn't it?
It does. I mean,
bowlers being made to work really hard for their wickets.
as Porter is in and bowls, and that's just watched through by Rhodes to the wicketkeeper. Yes, it's been quite interesting. As I will say goodbye to David, and I'll be joined by Clive for what remains of this evening session. We still have 14.2 overs left. Wesley just hands the ball back to Porter, who's bowled a lot of overs already in this game, and I'm sure wasn't thanking his batters for their performance, disrupting his rest. Porter in bowls, and that's watched by Rhodes through to the wicketkeeper for no run again.
So you psyching yourself up yet? Are you getting the mental thoughts in ahead of tomorrow?
I think, to be honest, I'm way too relaxed. Last year I was very, very nervous and kept checking everything and sort of really mentally preparing myself. And this year I'm just yeah, it'll go how it goes, and quite chilled about it. But that should be all right. I hope so anyway. I'll let you know if I'm not, as Porter runs in, bowls, and that Rhodes has been hit on the pads and he's been given out. That is exactly the start that Essex have wanted. Porter claims his first wicket of this innings, and Rhodes has gone for just 3. Ball thudded into the pad, and the umpire took a brief pause before raising the finger.
Yeah, he was playing as if it was going down the leg side, Rose, but clearly the umpire felt that was a misjudgment, and Warwickshire just got to be a little bit careful here. They probably only need around about, 170 would set Essex 400 plus. I think they would settle for that, but they've got to get there yet. And they've lost Alex Davis and Will Rhodes cheaply. And this decision not to enforce the follow-on, I'll hope it doesn't backfire.
Yes, absolutely. I wonder, what did you make of their decision not to enforce the follow-on?
Wasn't surprised. I think teams don't enforce the follow-on as often as they should these days. But I can understand the logic, because there's so much time left in the game. I think that's the key. So much time left that they will have felt they could still dictate the game. It has given them this little awkward hour and a bit before lunch. And of course, I assume that Sam Hain won't come out today because Ed Barnard, who started the day batting in his first innings, is coming out again, having got a career best 165 in first innings. With Sam Hain having been off the field, having been hit on the head while fielding at short leg. Hopefully it'll be all right to come back tomorrow, but well, you've got to be a little bit careful, haven't they? That was the last ball of the over, so they've got another 14 overs to negotiate today, assuming the light holds. Rob Yates is on strike. Sam Cook can't wait to come in and bowl to him. Can Essex bowl their way back into the game? That's pushed out to the offside by Yates for no run. I mean, if Essex can bowl them out for, say, less than 150, we'll just give them a little bit of a chance. Still be a daunting chase. Already 247 ahead, Warwickshire.
Yes, it's a dominant lead, but they haven't started this innings quite as well as they would have liked.
And Cook round the wicket. Bowls. He's playing the offside, there's no run.
Yes, it's been an interesting start from Warwickshire. I mean, Davies' shot in particular was slightly bizarre. He just sort of held his bat out there.
Yeah, we're trying to run it down, possibly, but... well, it's now 16 wickets have fallen in the day. Let's take 24 points off Essex, shall we, for that?
After 6 fell yesterday.
In comes... oh, and Cook, and he almost tried to get his bat out of the way of that one in the end. Yates and played it down on the ground, it rolled away. I feel that he needs now to try and hang around and make an innings here. Otherwise, we should be relying on the middle order again, as they did in the first innings.
Well, Barnard's already out there. He was the big man in the first innings. And I think there'll be a brief pause while children run across the sight screen.
Yeah. They don't quite know which way to go now.
I don't think they know really what they're doing. I'm amazed they managed to get in front of it, to be honest.
In comes Cook round the wicket, and Yates turns that around onto the leg side for no run. Time not an issue for Warwickshire, but they want to get runs with that. They want to get to that. Probably, I don't know what target they'll have in mind. I might be thinking if we can get 200, that would potentially make the game safe. 200
would be a lead of sort of 450, wouldn't it? So that's quite safe.
437 to be precise. So yes, you would think. Well, I think you're at the stage there where you say, well, if Essex get those, then well done to them. It has happened, of course. And Surrey did it last year, didn't they? That's played onto the onside. There's no run. They chased down 500 odd Surrey last season, didn't they? I've got it written down here somewhere.
Yes, that was an absolutely mammoth chase and a really exciting county championship fixture.
They chased down 501 to beat Kent at Canterbury. They only lost 5 wickets on the way.
I know. I did a really boring day of that as well.
Okay. But that was by far the biggest last season. The next biggest was 389. Leicestershire chased down to beat Yorkshire at Headingley. This next one is turned round again onto the leg side by Yates. That's fielded, there's no run.
Crowd are just getting a little bit involved now as they sense that Essex might just be on the brink of producing something here. There was a maiden over from Sam Cook. There aren't too many left in the day, just 13 left here at Chelmsford.
And it's an awkward one for Warwickshire because they want to bat positive, they want to keep the scoreboard moving, but at the same time they'll be anxious not to find themselves 4 or 5 down at the end of the day.
Well, you'd think the luck is that they might have Sam Hain available tomorrow, although of course we don't know about that. We hope we might find something out after the close of play, but he was struck quite nastily. Porter, it will be over the wicket, and that's just flicked away, and Porter has another wicket. That is just what Essex didn't want. Ed Barnard, who had scored so many runs in the first innings, goes without managing to score here, and Warwickshire in their second innings are 12 for 3.
Yeah, Warwickshire making a bit of a mess of this, and it does call into the question their decision to not enforce a follow-on, understandable though that was. Barnard just nicking one down the leg side. Batters always feel they're a bit unlucky to get out that way, but off he goes, and Warwickshire in danger, just getting sort of Caught betwixt and between here. Dan Mosley. Oh, they gave his wicket away in the first inning, so he could do with a performance here.
Still quite a few overs for this pair to navigate as well.
Yeah, he's a worry for Warwickshire. I mean, the lead is 247 at the moment. They've got 7 wickets left, so they're still in control of the situation, but they'll be getting a little bit anxious at the moment.
Hat-trick ball for Jamie Porter if you count his wicket at the end of the last over and one at the start of this one. Mosley on strike. As he takes his guard while Wesley debates where to put the field to his opening bowler. There's just 2 in the slips. But Essex have bowled completely unlike how they did in the first innings, although they did take 6 wickets quite quickly before Warwickshire rebuilt. Porter round the wicket, and that's defended into the leg side, and Mosley will get off the mark off first ball with a single, just clipped to the sweeper for Rose Cushy on the leg side boundary.
Yeah, I mean, Essex did bowl pretty well at the start of the first innings, but rather lost their fire as the innings went on. It's a strong opening attack. Cook and Porter came dispatched as the first division's top wicket takers.
Porter round the wicket, and that's just defended by Yates into the offside for no run.
And will be a worry for Warwickshire.
Well, Warwickshire can't afford to lose too many because they won't have time to have a good go at them tomorrow. Porter in again, and that's cut away nicely by Yates down towards the sweeper on the offside. He'll just pick up one for it, but that was a nicely timed shot. And it will bring Mosley on strike. Warwickshire 13 for 3, but still with a relatively healthy lead of 249, but they won't want to be bowled out too cheaply here. You just having a look at some of the scorecards?
Yeah, it's another high-scoring game at IPL. I think they're playing on postage stamps there, aren't they, in IPL this year.
Porter in bowls, and that's just pushed out into the offside to backward point. Snater has gone for a run out. I don't think there was any chance of the batter being out at the striker's end, but it was well backed up by Cushy.
So, Royal Challengers Bengaluru, I mean, it's standard now, they get 200 plus. They got 218 for 5 in their 20 overs. Faf du Plessis 54 of 39 balls. Glenn Maxwell, formerly the Warwickshire Parish, scored 16 off 5 balls. So if you include the one that he was out for, so 4 balls for 16 runs, 2 4s and a 6.
Porter bowls, and that's again pushed into the offside, but this time they don't fancy taking a run. Did Will Jacks play? For Challengers?
No. He didn't. Well, just going back to that, Glenn, as you can do your arithmetic there, actually. He must have hit 2 4s, a 6, 1 dot ball, and then out. But Chennai Super Kings are off to a good start in terms of scoring rate, though they have lost a couple of wickets. They're 36 for 2 in the 4th over.
And then all this over goes on. You can run us around the scores from
Yep.
the rest of the county championship.
So Sam Cook to continue here. Warwickshire 15 for 3. Just to mention, there's a one-day match in the Tri-Nation T20 series where the Netherlands made 167 for 8 against Scotland. Scotland in a bit of trouble at 10 for 2. Decent game at Blackpool. That one looks like it's going to be played to a finish, weather permitting. Lancashire 53 for 1 of their second innings, lead Dunham by 174. Cook is in. Mosley plays that back to the bowler. There's no run. At Trembridge, are well advanced there as well. Notts 8 for 1, 33 behind Hampshire, who established a 41-run first innings lead, making 276. Kent 76 for 3, still a mammoth 478 behind Somerset at Taunton. Had quite a lot of rain there, and Surrey have turned things dramatically at Worcestershire. 307 for 5 now. They lead by 392 in a match which was very low scoring in the first innings. Cook comes into bowl. Mosley's a forward defensive and there's no run. Dan Lawrence is 74 not out there. Essex could have done with him in their first innings. Derbyshire 165 for 2, replying to Northants 422 at Derby. Middlesex well in control at Cardiff, 297 for 4, having bowled Glamorgan out for 183. As Cook turns to bowl, 2 slips in place. Right arm over to bowl to Mosley. And that's going down the leg side. Cook thinks about appealing, but that's missed everything. Gloucestershire, by the way, their 706 for 6 was a county record total for them against Leicestershire at Leicester. And they've made some inroads. Leicestershire 125 for 4. Could be quite an exciting finish at Hove tomorrow, presumably, where Sussex are 161 for 7 in their second innings. They lead Yorkshire by 116 in the low-scoring game. And the Blaze is 112 for 9. Did prove enough in the Shard Ebbers Cup. They beat the Southern Vipers by 3 runs at Southampton. This next one, Mosley pushes out to the offside, and there is no run. So Warwickshire at the moment playing for survival a little bit.
Yes, it's just proving a little bit of a difficult period that they're going to have to navigate here. They can't really afford to lose any more wickets before the close of play, and still have a chance at securing the lead that they would have wanted when they made the decision to bat.
Cook coming round the wicket. The Gray and Gooch air. Mosley drives that back to the bowler, feels that there's no run. They need to make Essex have to score the biggest score of the match. To do that, they need another 150 runs.
Yes, it's quite a substantial ask already.
Cook. Right arm over. Right arm round, rather, as Mosley pushes out to the leg side. He will get a run there. The back of square leg takes Warwickshire to 16 for 3. The lead 251.
Yes, Cook and Porter didn't have much joy earlier towards the end of the Warwickshire innings, but they've made the required inroads so far in this evening session as sirens blaze behind us.
The likelihood of a 3-day finish is growing all the time here, one way or the other.
Wouldn't be so bad for you?
What will be, will be.
Porter, with ball in hand, will be bowling to Mosley, I think, at the striker's end, just taking his guard. Porter round the wicket, and that's just pushed into the offside, gap between point and cover, to the sweeper Matt Critchley, and he will pick up a single. I could hear a baby for a second.
Yes, I think there was a
small child.
Somebody young crying out there.
Hopefully not the kids who ran in front of the sight screen a few moments ago, as the ball makes its way back to Porter, who runs in, and that's just defended straight back down the pitch by the batter by Yates for no run. Pepper's a very enthusiastic wicketkeeper, got his hands on his head for that, which sort of came out the middle of the bat, really.
Yeah.
7.2 overs left today for Warwickshire to navigate.
Kept wicket pretty well, Michael Pepper. I remember there was one sloppy moment in the first innings when he let 4 byes go through, which shouldn't have, but a couple of very good stops off reverse sweeps when he anticipated them really well.
Porter round the wicket bowls, and that's just defended by Yates into the offside for no run. Slater seems to be going through some warm-up stretches, but he seems to do that regardless of whether he's about to come on to bowl or not, and I wonder if they will turn to him before the day is up. He bowled quite nicely in the first innings, took a few wickets, but I wonder if Essex will just stick with the tried and tested opening pair here as Porter bowls again, and that one is cut away really nicely by Yates. It will be stopped by Critchley on that boundary, but not before Yates has picked up another couple to Warwickshire's total, which moves on to 19.
All this puts into some context the efforts of Ed Barnard and Michael Burgess. 165 for Ed Barnard, 108 for Burgess, and the only other batter to make any sort of impression, Jordan Cox with 47. No one else has managed to reach 20.
Yes, I was looking through the first innings scores, and obviously Davies made 19, which I think was the other highest total as Porter bowls in. That one's banged in short and just pulled away really nicely by Yates for 4. That was a little bit wayward from Porter, short and just sat up, and Yates just had to help the ball on its way past the square leg umpire to the boundary.
Yes, every shot like that just relieves the pressure a little bit on Warwickshire, because they do have this big lead to play with. Oh, Essex out for 162 in the first innings. That would have been beyond their expectations, I'm sure.
Well, you told me on day one that they were a batting heavy side, and they looked quite handy with the ball as Porter bowls, and that's just defended by Yates into the offside for no run. At the end of that over, Warwickshire 23 for 3.
So we've got 8 overs to go.
I think 7. Oh no, it says 8 up there. It's just changed. It was saying 7, it's now saying 8. Rather helpfully.
Warwickshire's lead is 258. 23 for 3. So when you put it that way, you don't know what the lead is, and it looks a pretty healthy position. 258 for 3, take that, but just it's 19 for 3 in this innings.
Mosley doesn't seem particularly happy with his guard. He's retaken it a few times there. It says overs 8 and then min remaining is 10, which is rather confusing. On the
Oh, you're right, I was looking at the wrong column. Yeah, 10 overs to go still in the day. That's played to mid-on. It's tumbling stop. Yes, there's still plenty of time left in the day. Well, she was just about scoring a fraction of 3 and over, so we get to 50 by the end of the day. I'll have a lead up to 282.90 already, so I think if they can do that and still be 3 wickets down, they'll still feel pretty good overnight. But they still find themselves 5 or 6 wickets down. They might be a little bit nervous. Cox comes in. Cook comes in the bowl, and he wants an LBW there. He's convinced. It certainly seemed to keep low. There was a drive, and he's turning to the umpire and saying, "How's that not out?" It's going to be a little bit careful here. Sam Cook has to accept the decision. It certainly had a good look to it. We're not directly behind the pitch, so difficult to see from our angle, but Mosley survives. It's certainly scuttled in quite low, which actually may not be great news for Essex if the pitch is starting to do that, and they've got to come and chase 300 odd at the end of the match.
No, I wonder if that was just playing on Warwickshire's mind when they decided not to enforce the follow-on, the fact that we had seen a couple keep low, and that is a sign that some are going to keep very low.
Yeah, could well be. Cook bowls and Mosley turns that round onto the leg side. You'll get 1. I haven't seen a replay of the LBW. Appeal. But
yes, it'd be interesting to see that one again, just to see. I mean, Mosley was obviously looking at the outside of his pad there and suggesting it was going down, but you never know quite. It's a sort of cat and mouse game sometimes between batter and bowler and umpire.
Cook in again to Rob Yates, who leans forward and plays it to mid-on for no run. Yates on 16, Mosley on 5, 24 for 3.
There's no great hurry in this. The over rate is -1, which might concern Essex at some point, but it definitely won't yet.
Yeah, I
I
expect
was
they'll
going to
wait
say, it
till
does feel
tomorrow.
like it's taking a while, but
I imagine they'll check tomorrow where they are, and we'll have to sort it out then. That's played to mid-on. There's no run. I mean, the problem for Essex, if they do lose this match, and it is still very much an if, they will only take 2 points from it. They only got 2 bowling points, didn't get any batting points. Warwickshire managed to get 6 bonus points. So a win for them would be their first win of the season, and we would be worth 22.
yes, they added more runs to the wins and draws, didn't they, for this season?
Yeah, that's. I think some of the power that goes down the pitch. The wins remain 16. They reverted to. I say they reverted. It slightly irritated me where it was reported that way. So they've gone back to 8 points for a draw. Well, they only had 8 points for a draw initially in the COVID season, and then I think they stuck with it for one more season. But it's never. I'm not convinced by 8 points for a draw, because I don't think a draw is worth half a win. Not in cricket. It's not like in other sports where a draw.
Well, even in football,
well,
a win
that's
is
only
3
a third,
points,
yeah.
and then a draw is 1, so it's not worth half. It used to be in the old First Division days, but it hasn't been for a long time.
I mean, I've been doing this long enough, so you remember where a draw was worth nothing, and I don't think that was right either. I think you should get something for a draw, but I think 5 or at most 6 points is about right for a draw in my view, if it's 16 for a win.
Well, we will see a change of bowling from the Sir Alistair Cook end. Simon Harmer will take over from Porter. And there's a short leg in place already, as Mosley, I think, takes his guard again. The umpire just makes his way around to point. There are 9 overs remaining in this today's play.
Yeah. If the light holds, it might become a bit of an issue. There's blue sky overhead, but the sun is going down.
No sign of the floodlights, but I don't even know if they're in operation for this or what.
I'm not sure whether they have any regulations here on that.
As Harmer bowls, and that's pushed away, but well fielded by Elgar, who seems to be wearing that one. He's kicking his legs into the turf, and I wonder if that has hit him slightly awkwardly. He shakes out his hand, so yes, that will have hurt Dean Elgar there, but it was a good stop. As Harmer bowls again, and that's prodded forward straight into the ground by Mosley for no run. Harmer rattles through his overs, which should help them get the over rate, which is currently sitting at -1, up a little bit. As he bowls, and that's again just pushed off the back foot by Mosley into the offside for no run.
Mosley was out to Harmer's second ball yesterday. The first ball was a gentle, ended up being a full toss, and Mosley missed out.
Harmer bowls, and that's again prodded straight back down the pitch by Mosley for no run.
And you sense he let his frustration at missing out get the better of him, because next ball he came down the pitch and slapped the ball straight to mid-off.
Harmer bowls, and that's again just pushed into the offside and fielded by Dean Elgar there at a shortish cover.
But he's been rather more circumspect now.
Yes, he's not taking any chances or looking to attack the spin of Simon Harmer. Harmer bowls, and Mosley just watches that through to the wicketkeeper for no run. Harmer starts with a maiden.
I'm just thinking, we hope and trust that Sam Hain is okay, but if he isn't, I guess Warwickshire would be entitled to bring in a concussion replacement, wouldn't they?
I think so, yes. Do you know who's travelled with the team?
Well, Jake Lintott and Danny Briggs are both predominantly bowlers, but I mean, Briggs in particular can bat, so
I suppose
rather
if
than
it
draft
goes...
someone in.
Well, they could draft someone in if they don't need him tonight.
Well, yeah.
They might already have been on the phone and said...
I can't, yeah, whether they would bother sending someone all the way here. In the match situation, I don't know. they might settle for. Although I don't know whether Danny Briggs. Yeah, I know Jake Lintott is. Danny Briggs might have travelled back. I don't know, but we've seen Jake Lintott because he's been on the field as substitute fielder. Anyway, that's hopefully that doesn't arise, and hopefully Sam will be fine to resume tomorrow. But of course, the rules are pretty strict these days. As we have Shane Slater coming into the attack, and first ball is played straight back to him, and there is no run. Took 3 wickets, including 2 in 1 over in the first innings. Slater, the Dutch international. It's been a couple of years since he's played for the Netherlands. I don't know if David knows. Has he actually retired from playing for the Netherlands, or was he just not getting selected? Shane Slater, do we know? Is he? Anyway, he comes round the wicket to bowl. It's played to mid-on, and it's a scampered single. It's a direct hit, but Yates was there anyway. You would have thought Slater would get into the Dutch team if he was still available, so he may have decided to.
Yes, you would have
Call it
thought
a
so.
day.
Essex are quite a strong county side, and he's a fairly decent bowler. I don't know how he plays T20 though, and that's obviously more what they play as the white ball stuff.
I guess they're playing one at the moment. 167 for 8. They got Scotland 43 for 3, so they're doing quite well. So perhaps they don't need him.
Well, they're in the World Cup, aren't they? Scotland are, definitely.
No, I think actually the Netherlands upset Scotland, didn't they? Slater comes into bowl. Didn't Netherlands beat Scotland in the decisive match?
Oh, yes, actually, you're right. Scotland
so-
women are in the women's one. That's where I was
Right.
getting confused.
Yes, that was a bit of a heartbreaker for Scotland. They did so well in that little competition, but just fell at the final hurdle.
Obviously, the tournament that's got a sort of double stage, the T20 World Cup. You've got the sort of initial bit and then the Super 8.
Snater round the wicket, comes into bowl. Mosley back to the bowler. No run, which are not in any hurry to score runs here. I'll take them where they can, but they've got plenty of time. 2 days left in the game, should we need them.
Just remains to be seen. Just every ball seems to be just taking quite a long time here in the evening session as the clock ticks towards 6:20.
Snater again round the wicket, bowls. Mosley plays that down to back a square leg for an easy single, and Warwick should be happy enough with the easy singles at this stage. 26 for 3. Mosley on to 6. The lead now 261.
Yes, I don't think Warwickshire will need too many runs to make this quite a formidable lead, just because of their impressive form in the first innings, but we will see.
So 2 slips in place. Snater bowling from the opposite end as he did in the first innings, comes into bowl. That's a bit of an edge from Yates, but it's all on the ground and it's going down to third. It's been chased by 2 fielders who will just get there. So Dean Elgar throws it in. Good running though by Warwickshire. They make that into a 3. 29 for 3. Yates on to 20. Yates was overtaken by, he's still Warwickshire's second highest wicket taker, but he's dropped to third in the run charts. Ed Barnard moved up to second, just 7 runs behind. Alex, is that you done then? Sonia, well, good luck tomorrow. Run well. It's been a...
Thank you. I will stay until the end of the day.
Good.
But, yes. And I'll be thinking of you guys here in this country box when I do my run tomorrow.
I shouldn't bother. Anyways, Sonia Twig with the Independent, thank you very much indeed. Izzy Westbrook is joining us tomorrow. I say tomorrow, it's due tomorrow on Monday, but whether anyone's here on Monday at all, we shall soon learn.
It's clipped away down towards deep point. 2 fielders in tow. I think Snater's going to get there. Throw in, it still come back for 3 runs. 32 for 3. Lively start to the innings.
It is. This is beginning. I mean, it's daft to say because I think they've only added 20, but it's actually beginning to become quite a significant partnership in the context of the game. 12 for 3, now 32 for 3.
Slipping a short leg in as Yates takes his guard. Harmer around the wicket bowls, and that's defended into the offside. And there's no run yet. Essex really just needed to keep ploughing away and keep that momentum going to create real panic. Ooh. Is that yours?
Mm-hmm.
Just steadied the ship at the moment. Warwickshire, this one's defended out into the offside. And there's no run. We've got 6 overs remaining after this one. As Harmer turns with his shades on, number 11 on his back. Moves in, flatter delivery this time and almost squeezed through the defences. So it's not Yates on, it's Mousley on the on strike. Defended back up the pitch and there's no run. Bat and pad together. Armstrong turns to come in again. Rapidly getting through his overs. Oh, that was left alone outside the off stump. That can't have been too far away.
He's a better judge than me.
Yeah, that looked close. Harmer turns again. Mousley settles down. Harmer bowls, and that's defended back down the pitch, and that's no run. End of the over. 6 overs remaining. Warwickshire are 32 for 3, and that is a lead of 267.
That's a number they keep having to look at. Make themselves feel a lot better. 267 ahead. Never mind they're 3 wickets down. They're still in a very strong position here, Warwickshire. After, in the end, dominating the first innings. They're in trouble with the bat at 64 for 304 for 6. Once they recovered that, they've kept themselves in control of the game. And I'd argue they still are, even though they were reduced to 12 for 3. Snater to bowl to Yates, who plays that bat down the pitch. Snater stops it with his boot, or slows it down with his boot, and there's no run.
Maybe different at pitch level, but I haven't seen anything at this pitch to cause the batsman too many issues.
No, maybe the first couple of overs perhaps, but it just was 1 or 2 keeping low. The LBW that Sam Cook didn't get against Dan Mosley, which he felt quite cross about, did seem to scuttle him very low. That's why it looked like a decent shout, even though we're not at a good angle. That's pushed away into the deep for Yates for a single. 1 or 2 I see on the balconies watching the cricket, enjoying a mild evening, watching the last throws of the second day's play. Not a bad way to watch the cricket.
No, very nice.
Got your own fridge inside.
Yeah.
In comes Snater to bowl to Mosley, and clips out hard through mid-wicket. That's a really good shot. That's going to go all the way for 4. And every 4 hurts Essex. That's a really well-played shot by Mosley. He's looking to make amends after giving his wicket away in the first innings. He's on to 10, 37 for 3. Lead 272. So next landmark, try and get it to 300, which they probably won't do today. But what did they, so they bat to lunch tomorrow. They're not going to be far short of the 400. I reckon if they can bat for perhaps an hour after lunch, they'd be about 400 ahead. They might consider that enough. Snater bowls to Mosley and the onside for no run. Will they, assuming they don't get bowled out and it's taken out of their hands, the question is, will they give Essex some sort of chance? Set them 400 and 4.5 sessions, which would be possible if a little unlikely, or do they bat them right out of the game? and take an Essex win out of the equation altogether.
It feels like it would be better for them to get bowled out and for it to be taken out of their hands. Because generally the
Snater comes into bowl, and a bit of a leading edge from Moseley, who get a single for it. Yes, that might help, but I'm inclined to think that Alex Davis would go for the former. I think he probably would give Essex just, you know, a theoretical chance, and back his team to win the game from there. So, whether he's got a number in mind or again, all this it might be immaterial, but if he are still batting, does he have a number in mind? Does he have a time in mind? Snater round the wicket, bowls to Yates. I mean, Warwickshire probably haven't set balls away for no run. Warwickshire haven't been able to score as quickly as they would like in this little session because of the lost wickets. They've had to rein themselves in a bit. They are 37 for 3 at the end of, I say 37 for 3, 38 for 3, there we go, at the end of 13 overs. With 5 more left today, so another 15 would take them to 285 by the end of the day, a lead.
Harmer to continue. And it's going to be Mouseley on strike. And he bowls. Forward comes Mouseley driving. Is it Mouseley?
It's Moseley, yeah. He's adamant. We've asked him several times. He gets a bit fed up of being asked.
Okay.
Some of his teammates want to call him Mouseley because they want to call him Mouse, but he's adamant that it's Moseley.
Harmer, and again, real air on that one. That's driven to the man at short mid-wicket. And there's no run. Cushy fielding.
I think it was here we first asked him because he made his, I think it was his debut here. A couple of years ago, a few years ago.
Harmer turns. Bowls again. That's left alone outside the off stump. No run.
Talented young cricketer. He's been involved in the 100.
Harmer in again. Bowls. Flatter. Oh, that was left alone. Again, there's no run. Good sharp take by Pepper. Been quite tidy behind the stump so far.
Yeah, I was saying that earlier. Yeah, just made one error in the first innings that cost him some buys, but other than that, I think he get wicket well.
Oh, that one beats the outside edge of the bat. Moseley not too sure whether to come forward or go back to that one. Caught in two minds and eventually played the shot late. Beats him on the outside edge and through to the wicketkeeper. Last ball of the over. Harmer in flatter this time. That's guided down towards backward point. And there's no run. 4 overs remaining. And Warwickshire are 38 for 3.
Tell you what, if Essex were to get 7 quick wickets and bowl Warwickshire out for 50, we could have an absolutely cracking game. We'd be chasing 280 yard. That'd be very interesting. But Warwickshire will hope it doesn't come to that. There's a "You Bears" shout I hear.
Spin from both ends.
Yeah, Matt Critchley going to bowl. They might be thinking over 8 now. They won't know when Warwickshire declare. Clearly they won't declare overnight, but they won't know when they will declare, so they do need to get the -1 rubbed out. It's getting quite dark now, but I wouldn't have thought that Essex would bring the spinners on just to keep them. They were quite happy to go off, I would have thought. Or maybe not. Maybe they want to keep them out there and see if they can get some more wickets today. Anyway, I don't think that's why Critchley's coming in. Just a few. I'm surprised that chap's got a voice left. He's been at it all day. Not somebody in the ground now is what I was about to say. You should be pretty keen on your cricket to still be here at 6:30. But it is an interesting game. and one that looks likely to end in a win and a loss, as Yates pushes out into the offside for a single. Warwickshire's first 4 games drawn, and they lost to Surrey, still searching for their first win. Well, they won't get a better opportunity, you would think. They now lead by 274, 39 for 3. Dan Mosey just taking his time to check the field, check his guard. Critchley round the wicket to him. Mosey drives it. Oh, straight back to the bowler, and he's caught and bowled. Oh, he thinks it's a bump ball. But he's going to have to go. Umpire's confirmed that was fine. And Mosley goes, and Warwickshire lose their 4th wicket, 39 for 4.
Oh dear. Oh dear. Bit of a nothing one, that one, wasn't it? Just mistimed the shot back. A 4th wicket falls, and you never know, this could turn into a really interesting 4th innings chase.
Well, if they can keep their target down to 320, even 350, they'll have some chance, Essex. It'll still be very difficult. But
some of the fans getting involved now.
Yes. I think the bar's done quite well. 274's the lead now. Remember, still no Sam Hain today. And this is Michael Ray coming out as a as a night watcher. That would be partly, I suspect, with Sam Hain in mind, because he can't bat today. Presumably he'll be able to bat tomorrow. So Michael Ray's going to try and see Warwickshire to safety in these last 3.4 overs. He'll have to be patient, because in the first innings he did play patiently for a while and then seemed to get bored and start hitting a couple of sixes and got out. So he needs to just pat these back from a Warwickshire point of view. Rob Yates still there, 25 on the board. He scored some runs this season.
Men round the bat.
Yes, so 4 round the bat, 3 on the offside, 1 on the onside. And, well, Critchley to continue, and Warwickshire, not exactly staring down the barrel, but they are under a little bit of pressure. It did add, what was it, 27 for the 4th wicket. That's that out. He's appealing for LBW. Caught everything. I thought might have been inside edge onto the pads, but then was it caught? It's not out is the verdict. He didn't look terribly convincing there, Michael Ray.
We're not in line with it, so can't say, but it didn't hit him very high up on the pads, that's for sure.
No, it wasn't going over. So pressure on Ray. He lets that one go. Just a little bit of a waste from Critchley. That was wide and easily left by Ray. Last season, Warwickshire's lowest total was 60 last season against Middlesex at Edgbaston. This one's a solid forward defence by Ray. That's the only time in the last last season and a bit they've been bowled out for double figures. Next one he plays back to the bowler for no run. What was it in 2022? Yeah, they've only been bowled out from double figures once in certainly the last 2 and a bit seasons, Warwickshire. But they're in danger of that here at 39 for 4.
Yeah, can Essex keep the pressure on? 3 overs remaining. It will be all spin. Harmer yet to strike in the second innings for Warwickshire. It's going to be Yates on strike, 25 or 35 for him. Does he counter or does he drop the anchor? Bowles, and he's guided that one down. Good delivery from Harmer, bringing the batsman forward. Tentative prod into the offside. There's no run. 4 wickets down, Warwickshire, having elected to bat again. Could have forced Essex to follow on. Harmer bowls flatter this time, cut away into the offside. There's a sweeper out on the boundary. It would just be a single. Essex won't mind that with Ray coming on to strike.
Yeah, well, that might be Yates protecting and protect himself a little bit and get the night watcher to do his job, because I thought there would have been 2 there if they'd wanted them. So maybe the idea is to keep Ray on strike and make sure Yates is there tomorrow. Because if Warwickshire hadn't forced the follow on and they had now had Essex at 40 for 4, they'd be very happy. But they took that decision, which was not one that shocked us or bamboozled us. It had a logic to it, but whether it was the right one or not, well, I suppose the final result will dictate that.
Wait for another helmet to come on.
Yep.
So we're going to have 5 men round about, I think. I think we're going to have a leg slip. No, 4 men round about. So we're going to have a leg slip, short leg, silly mid off, and a slip.
16 balls left today.
Harmer moving in now. Bowles gives one a bit of loop. That's guarded down. They think about it, come back.
Make it your mind,
stuck.
lads.
Now they're both stuck down the wrong end. There could be a run-out chance here. The throw comes in, and eventually they get down there. Now, for 1 minute there, they were pretty much both down the same end, standing in the same crease together. But eventually, Ray moved.
Well, that's muddled thinking, really. I mean, they presumably turned down the second run off the last ball because they wanted to keep Yates off strike, make sure he's there tomorrow. So why take that single, which was what I think Ray was asking, which is why he stayed where he was. Yates maybe got a little bit confused there.
Harmer bowls to Yates, who drives to the offside. They take another single.
All's well.
That's off the 4th ball of the over. So Ray back on strike.
They need a little chat. We need to have a plan here, lads.
So does Ray take a single here? What does Ray do?
He might do.
Eat up a delivery, then try and take a single?
I mean, they've got to be, obviously, can't overdo that. They don't want to get silly about it and cause a run out. In an ideal world, if you can get to the other end for the next over, that'd be great.
Harmer bowls. Oh, that's guarded down the leg side. Now, they're not going to take a single this time. So they've had a little bit of a chat.
If they'd run hard enough, they might have got 2. But anyway.
So I presume the chat is, if this ball goes loose into the outfield, they do take a single. Otherwise,
yes, unless they've changed their minds.
Otherwise, it would be pointless. Yates staying at the non-striker's end for this delivery, but we shall see. 4 men round the back. Backward square on the leg side, just coming round. Here comes Harmer into Ray. Tossed up, and that's left alone outside the off stump. The expressions from the Essex fielders suggest that was close to off stump. It was left alone by Ray, and it means that Yates will be on strike at the start of the next over.
Yes, I think they're a little bit confused out there. Warwickshire is what they're trying to do here. Yates has obviously decided he'll take the next over. And if he can survive it, then Ray's done his job, because if then Ray's out in the final over, no new batter has to come in. So they take that, but Yates has to survive this over first, which will be bowled by Matt Critchley. 42 for 4. Keep saying, well, you don't want to look at that column, they want to look at the lead by column, which is still a pretty healthy 277. But they will want more. Critchley round the wicket, bowls. Quicker ball. Yates plays it out into the offside. They thought about a quick single there, but it wasn't to be had. So Yates stays where he is. So maybe he will look for a single. at some point early in this over. Critchley bowls. Oh, that almost gets through Yates. He just gets bat on that, hits it down by his toes.
It feels a lot more tense than it actually should be. Bearing in mind just how far Warwickshire are ahead, but they're making a bit of a pig's ear of these final few overs.
Yes. Critchley comes into bowl. Yates turns that around past short leg, does take the single there. I suppose in some ways, if this is happening now and Critchley and Harmer are causing these problems, it underlines why Warwickshire didn't want to bat last out there, chasing some sort of target. 43 for 4. They lead by 278.
But I don't know how much of the, what's causing issues out there is ball off the pitch or just the state of the match at the moment.
That's left by Ray.
There's seems to be a bit of confused thinking. Yates is coming back down the pitch to have a word with Ray again. Come on, boys, get back to your mark. You shouldn't really be doing that.
In fairness, Essex is still sorting out their field anyway. So in comes Critchley. There's 2 more coming to save. The one, oh, that's gone right through Ray, and can't have missed the stumps by very much. He's got 1 more ball this over to survive. And Critchley wants to get on with this delivery quicker, gives it a bit of air. It ends up being a full toss, which is just patted back to mid-on by Ray. So that's the end of the over. 1 over to go. Crucially feel for what I say crucial, that's a bit of a strong word, but certainly useful for Warwickshire if Yates can survive this and still be there tomorrow. He's on 28. He's been in form this season. Not so much the last. Well, he batted quite well in the first innings against Surrey, but lots of runs in the first few games. So Warwickshire will feel a lot better about things if he's still there for tomorrow.
So Harmer to bowl the final over of the day. Lead currently is 278. Warwickshire 4 wickets down. It's Yates on strike. Harmer around the wicket, bowls flat. Oh God, left alone outside the off stump. Again, another lovely take by Pepper. Don't know how close that was to the off stump. Harmer turns again. Up to the stumps, bowled. A little bit more air this time, slower delivery.
I think Richard Wilford, my colleague, has texted me, I think referring to the LBW appeal against Dan Mosley that Essex were cross about, and he's had a look at it and re-round it on the stream, and he reckons it hit him outside off stump. There you go.
Harmer in, edged, caught, did it carry? He's gone, and Yates has gone, and that's the wicket that they did not want to lose. And Essex make another breakthrough with the final delivery of the day. So Warwickshire lose 5 wickets, having elected to bat another time. They could have been forced to follow on for Essex. And Warwickshire go in 43 for 5, a lead of 278. But crucially, Essex have made their way halfway through the Warwickshire batting lineup. What an end to the day.
Well, it's been a good day's cricket. What is it now? 19 wickets have fallen? No, 18 wickets have... No, 19. It's 19 have fallen in the day. Warwickshire's decision to not enforce a follow-on, while it seemed a perfectly reasonable one at the time, has somewhat backfired. They will still feel they're in reasonable control of the situation, but Essex have got themselves just in with a sniff here. They could find themselves chasing less than an impossible target, although it will still be a pretty decent target. But there we are. Warwickshire did get a little bit confused with Yates and Ray about who should have strike. But Yates goes for 28. And it should be a good day tomorrow. Could be the last day tomorrow, though not necessarily. It could be a very interesting finish to this game.
Okay, thanks very much, Clive Eakin, the excellent Sonia Twigg, and myself, David Brett. And Clive will be back tomorrow for day 3 of this absorbing contest. A crazy end to day 2. So just a reminder, that Warwickshire are 43 for 5, having elected to bat a second time. Lead is up somewhere around about 278, I believe. So join us again tomorrow morning at 11 a.m. for day 3 of this county championship match between Essex and Warwickshire.